I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. Fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah.
It is the final day of the final round of the Playtonia Ground Zero tournament. My name is Kobo. I'm excited to be here. On my side, you see Saga. You'll know this at this point. We're going to be your two casters for tonight. Saga, how are you feeling?
Yeah, boy, it's not currently 40 degrees, so it's a survivable temperature, but things are expected to heat up a little bit as soon as we get into the games.
It's gonna be hot tonight. We've got 5 more games. We promised you 15 games total. Tonight is the last third. We have a lot of teams who have set themselves up nicely. We have a lot of teams who are have gone through a pretty terrible weekend of PUBG, and then we have a lot of teams in the middle that still have to decide their fate tonight. We're gonna walk you through everything that you need to know coming into today. We'll walk you through the format. We'll walk you through the prize pool. Just so you have everything in hand that you need. And the first thing that we'll look at is gonna be that prize pool. Keep in mind, if you wanted this in euros or dollars, which is handily the same thing at this point, just divided by 4 roughly. So it's around that margin. It's a little bit more. But we have 10,000 for the first place, meaning we've got around 2,700 euros for the first place, which is a good chunk of cash. And then it scales down from there. And we are also rewarding the MVP and the most kills, of course.
Yeah, most kills in particular is a stat that we have been tracking periodically throughout the event, and we've got some pretty solid ideas of who is looking like the main candidate unless things drastically change today. And of course, it's going to be favoring the teams towards the top end of the standings, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the teams at the top are guaranteed that slot, because there are some outstanding performers on teams who are a little bit outside the top 3 who are very, very close to breaking into that level. And if they can continue on that top form today, they could very easily steal away that final spot by the end.
Certainly. And since we have 5 games per day, which we'll look at in a second, we'll look at the match and the map format. It's going to be a bit of an interesting dynamic, because we certainly have had teams that struggled more on one map or struggled more on the other. We've, for example, had Navi, who struggled a little bit more with the placements on, or the NLT, excuse me, struggled a little bit more with the placements on Miramar. They're going to be happy to see we're playing 3 Erangel tonight. So we're not the classic 6 game per night broadcast you see a lot. I think 5 games has a lot of merit. It's a lot shorter. It's a lot nicer to watch for me personally, but it obviously ends you up with a little bit of an imbalance between 2 maps. today that balance is in the favor of Erangel Saga.
It's a classic Kowo maneuver. Do all your preparation before the broadcast and still get it wrong on the day. The one thing that we really have to give an eye and a big shout out to on the little spreadsheet of yours is the fact that we have 3 Erangels today, and that is potentially bad news for Entropic, who really have struggled across both days on Erangel, but they've looked impeccable on Miramar. So we're very much expecting a strong finish from them, but whether it will be enough, whether they'll be able to do enough in the first 3 days, stack up enough of those kill and placement points to keep them in contention. They're about 20 points away from the top spot for now. So they've got to really step up on Erangel to give themselves that good shot of walking away with the overall dub.
For sure, and I think that is sort of the lesson that you learn from this tournament is if you want to be at the top, you've got to be good at everything. You can't drop a map, you can't drop a day. The tournament is too short for that, and unless you go in absolute madman mode, the other 2 days you can't really get away with having a slow one. And Entropic has shown that where they were fantastic on one map and very lackluster on the other. Meaning that you're still going to be close to the top, but you're not going to be competing with a team like NLT or a team like Na'Vi who've stepped it up fantastically on day 2. We'll have a look at our teams, and we can talk about a little bit more about them when we see their logos here on screen.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a preview of who some of those particularly competing for the top spot, Na'Vi, Northern Lights, Entropic, familiar names in the European scene, and of course, no surprise to see them being the teams contesting for the top spots, as well as a few others sprinkled in as well. Our 8 invited teams typically favoring the best, but that's by no means set in stone. We've certainly got a few of the teams that came up through the open qualifiers that are turning a couple of heads. The Ghetto Gang, in particular, had a fantastic start to the event, slowed down a little bit in momentum on day number 2, but maybe it's just an odd numbered day thing and they're going to come back looking really strong again. Ace's crew, including a couple of boys out from NA, and I think that's actually a reused logo from Smoking Aces back in the day, so you know what, it's just a bit of a continuation of the legacy. So good to see them making their way in towards the top 8, whether they're able to hold on to that. Entropic and Ace's crew, the 2 teams in the top 8, yet to pick up a win at this point in the tournament, and Na'Vi, the only team to have picked up more than one winner chicken dinner. So a lot of accolades still up for grabs, but only 5 games to try and get your hands on them.
Yeah, and I mean, Na'Vi was sort of the whole day 2 arc, where massive game for them in the first and massive game for them in the last is enough to put them up on the standings. But I think it's fair to say that they need to at least hold on to that same pace, because I think if they slow down, we have NLT, we have Entropic hot on their heels, Entropic at the boot camp as well. They've struggled a little bit here and there. I talked to Lucarux today. He changed his sense. He's been whiffing here and there. Somehow he's still up on the top damage and top kills that we saw. But certainly a team where there is more potential, and where that if there's any weakness in Na'Vi, there's other teams going to be catching up. We'll have a look at the stats of our individual players before we jump to the total scoreboard. So why don't you walk me through these?
So, of course, as we say, the prize for the top spot in the kills column, so far Spyro has been the standout performer, but his gap is certainly closing a little bit. Only 2 kills above Na'Vi's Uber, and example, Lucarux, as you say, is up there individually as well. And it's actually Alia rounding out. So what we said earlier about standout performers on the team, Na'Vi is yet to find one. It's just the whole team contributing incredibly well. Lou being the second place for Northern Lights on 14 kills, but the standout solo performer is from Team Solo, Sosed, with 17 kills, just shy of the mark for the top 5. That's certainly one to keep an eye on. He's been in particular lethal with the frag grenades, and so if he's able to find a couple of clustered teams just ripe for blasting to pieces, he could very much make his way up and contend for that extra MVP prize.
Certainly can, and I think Na'Vi is providing a very good example here of, no pun intended, that the IDL can certainly be a little bit weaker in the fragging department, and it can still work, because now they have added a third absolute powerhouse to their team with Uba, And Melman, well, he's got 7 kills while the others have 18, 20, and 20. So certainly he's a little bit behind, but so far it's working out beautifully for Navi. We'll breeze through the other stats. Damage and survival numbers are what we're going to be looking at next. And it's, it's probably going to be a whole lot of Navi. And somehow Keanu made his way up there.
Yeah, that is very interesting considering the way that bystanders were taking the day 1 games, just going flying full send into every fight they could possibly take. We said they certainly slowed things down a lot in day number 2 and came off looking much better because of that. And I certainly wasn't expecting to see him in 2nd place for survival time, but just making it all the way to the late game consistently certainly is not a bad look for anyone.
Certainly isn't. And the bystanders said today they are looking to push themselves in the top 5. They don't want to go home empty-handed. And it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, considering they said they are playing a little bit looser. They're a little bit more liberate in what they do to try and get some confidence and get some get players to be a little bit more individually aggressive, maybe before G-Loot. Certainly, one of the things that we touched on at the start of this tournament is teams that make it into a tier 1 lobby and struggle to play their same play style, to keep up the same confidence and aggression when suddenly you have a Northern Knights there holding you out on the edge, when you have an Entropic farm in your heads with DMRs. So the bystanders, they're working on exactly that. They're one of those cut-off teams that is trying to push into the top. And I think yesterday it worked beautifully for them. Day 1, not so much. Yesterday was a really good day for them. We'll see if they can keep it up. We'll look at the scoreboard as well, because they are not far away from that top 5. And we should see that reflected in the standings.
Yeah, most likely will as well. And again, a lot of that came from their day 2 performance, so which is kind of the case for more than one team as well. SCADA, they were down in 15th place until they had a couple of solid back-to-back games to round out day number 2 and have climbed their way up to a 3-way tie for 9th place between themselves, Solo, and Friends as well. And very, very close to breaking into the top 8, but of course, top 5 being the cutoff point for the prize pool. That's currently held onto by Ghetto Gang, once again, somewhat relying on their day 1 performance. Schengen was up there in the top 5 for kills on the end of day 1, but definitely struggled a little bit with a little bit of Caster Curse helping him on the way to a bit of a flop on day number 2. Currently on 12 kills alongside Blazor, both of Ghetto Gang with 12. So they've certainly got the fragging capability on them. It's just making sure that they can find that form and avoid the unfortunate situations in the early stages of the game.
Team that I wanted to bring up as well is still SCADA here. I think we've not hated, but we've talked about them a lot, and it's been disappointment mainly from them, because we expect so much from a roster like that. And I've had a bit of a look at the points, and they have had a shocking amount of placement points. 3 placement points on day 1 in total in 5 games. 2 placement points in the 5 Miramar games. They've really not been making the end games that we're used to see them make. They've had a bit of a shift in playstyle recently. They used to be an extremely placement heavy team. Now they're more a bit on the kill side, but usually you would expect at least double of the placement points in this amount of games for SCADA. So there's certainly something that's really not clicking at the moment. But when you look how close the leaderboard is around them, their 9th place looks pretty good right now. But in just one game, they could be down to 14th. Obviously, same is to be said for climbing the leaderboard. But when you're looking at 9 to, well, obviously 11, the 3-way tie, but then also all the way down to 13, it's incredibly close there. So question mark in 13, they look a lot worse than they actually are standing, and SCADA look a lot better than the facts really align.
Yeah, again, we've seen it time and time again that just a single good game, a win, a 2nd place with 7 or 8 kills can just really propel teams up the leaderboards, up the standings. We've seen bystanders make the jump from around 11th up to a similar position to where they currently hold onto in 6th place. So it's certainly doable, but the opportunities to get that one good game are running very short with only 5 games left in the event. You're going to make the most of every chance that you get. When you get a decent position, when you get the chance to capitalize on a fight, steal away some kill points, everything matters now.
All gonna come down to the wire pretty soon. It's still good to see that we have 2 points between 1st and 2nd after 10 full games. I think it's pretty close, and it shows that sort of the more games you play, the more You get the RNG out of the way, and the more consistent teams can perform. If you're looking at the top 3, I think no one would have made a top 3 prediction without the Northern Lights and Entropic in them. And then Na'Vi is no surprise as well. They're a little bit of a dark horse with who they picked up recently. Obviously, a roster change is always, you're expecting a change for the better, but the team still needs some time to gel and to work together and figure out how they want to approach things. So obviously, you expect a little bit of a dip until the performance starts full stonking again. But they've showed that today, or showed that yesterday, and we will see if they can compete. Ghetto Gang and Bystanders, for me, still very notable. We talk about them a little bit less than we talk about the top 3, but those are the teams. They're not quite on that top level. They're not the partner teams that you see in every final all the time, but they're really messing with the best still.
The thing that really stands out, just looking at some stats now, between teams like Ghetto Gang, teams like Bystanders, and then the big 3, the top 3 of the current lobby is, you said Melman is slacking a little bit in terms of the kills on Na'Vi, but the man has 13 assists to his name. You've got 10 assists on Uber, 10 on Example. They play very well together as a team. We saw it a little bit with Batulins up on the rock, getting picked off by DA on Miramar, just getting pounded from all angles. Currently, like 17 different bullets hitting on the rock within the span of a second. Just playing together as a team, organizing, coordinating their target selection as well. Whereas on the likes of Ghetto Gang, Bystanders, it seems to be a little more individual. There's a few assists sprinkled in and around, but it's around 5s or 6s. So it's just playing together as a team, and that just comes with experience, with that cohesion that you have from playing together for such a long time at the top level. And that's kind of the separating factor, it seems, currently. So we'll see whether or not that is enough to keep them separated from the pack, particularly looking at Entropic here, as they are still about 20 points away from that top 1 and 2 slot, and they've got to really step it up on Erangel to have a chance of catching up.
Stepping up is the time right now. We're jumping into the first Erangel of the day. We're jumping into our game 11 of the tournament, and speaking about Na'Vi there, speaking about cohesion, I think it's good that you brought up Entropic, because they are also one of those teams that is just known for their team play, for their coordination and their fragging power as a team. I had the pleasure of talking to the Na'Vi manager for the very short, very brief time that they were on Raise Your Edge back in the day. And he said, well, basically, these guys, they've been playing together for so long, and they've been running at everyone for so long. They just have no problem at all fighting anyone. They have no confidence issues. They are absolutely calm and collected in every team fight. And it's pretty much what's made Na'Vi for a long time now. And it's pretty much what makes Entropic as well. If you're talking about Northern Lights, they're sort of the more artistic way. They find out new splits. They find out new spots on the map. They have very delicate holes on some certain edges that feel like they could break apart, but they make them work. And then you have teams like Na'Vi and Entropic. They play very honest, simple PUBG and win their fights a lot, have very convincing aim, obviously, on most of their players, and sort of function in that way. So it's two different schools of PUBG that clash against each other. But obviously, as we see in this tournament, and if you see on the top left of your screen, both of them work fantastically.
I think we can just sort of exacerbate that point. Well, first of all, we're just going to say what happened to the Circle this game. That's a very rough one for many teams, including, of course, question mark, because they can just never catch a break in this event at all. But just to really exacerbate the point, particularly we're looking at Northern Lights playing in a very unique style. If we look at the players on Na'Vi with the least kills, that's Melman with 7, 13 assists. The least kills overall on Northern Lights being Batulins. He has 11, only 4 assists. So that just goes to show, like, while he is still picking up the kills, he's playing so split off from the rest of the team, but that's just classic Batulins. That's what you expect to see from that man, is him being about a kilometer away, up on top of a high ground, taking shots at long range at all angles. And it's so interesting in a game like PUBG that you can play such drastically different styles and end up with such similar results between the two, only 2 points separated at the top. And this time around, it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. With this zone in particular, up towards Stalber, Na'Vi a little further away. They are going to have a rotation to try and make, but for Northern Lights, it'll be difficult to find a position where they can play that sort of wide split style here and not be just instantly punished.
They'll find the way. We'll see what they
No
do.
doubt.
We've also seen them innovate a little bit here and there and just play very close together, play something completely different than what you're expecting from them every now and then. But yeah, it's certainly two completely different play styles, and it's been well, a bit of a showcase of PUBG, what Northern Lights have achieved, especially on the EU level. But they haven't been able to quite repeat the same success on the international level, which, knowing Batulins and his work ethic and the work ethic of the team around him, definitely hurts them. It definitely stings. They are a team that wants to win everything. They are a team that wants to make worlds, and they want to perform at worlds, and they want to be the very best. And what we're seeing right now is them trying to figure out a playstyle, which, according to Batulins, they figured out the playstyle they want to bring to Worlds this year, but they're not quite there yet on the execution part. So everything that we see is them trying to figure out what they want to do and trying to figure out how they want to do it, as they are competing here with these teams in this lobby. And I just caught a glimpse at Nixie playing for Aces Crew tonight. So that's certainly a roster change. I haven't seen who's out yet. I'll have a quick look at that. But certainly an impactful change, regardless of who's dropping out.
And it will, of course, be Big Sparking who's stepping down. So very much an impactful change if we look at the kill stats in particular for Aces Crew, who was certainly leading the way with 14. So hopefully Nixie can fill that gap that was left behind. Aces Crew have shown some pretty impressive signs of aggression in early stages of the game as well. So I'm sure he'll be a player that can live up to that expectation should that be the choice that they make. It's pretty interesting, actually, that Na'Vi and Northern Lights are going to be starting to make their move at about the same time, both just about to enter on the southern tip of the zone. Na'Vi obviously having to move a couple of minutes earlier just to cover that extra bit of distance, but now he's going to just skirt around the edge of the Squirtle gang, who are yet to make their move from Mansion, a much closer position, which potentially could have given them access to a slightly higher priority spot had they moved a little earlier. But Na'Vi, wasting no time whatsoever, hopping in the vehicles and already making their move. Scarred it. This is an unfortunate one for Noe. He just has to keep his head down as the Ghetto gang scooting past.
See that? He's instantly going for a tire, and as soon as the car spins out, he knows he'll have a better chance of popping out the player. It's not meant to be. Bitfix, though, they're a little split. They're a little vulnerable right now, but Ironic says no instantly. Takes down Hockey, he's put down Vasco to 1 HP, and he finds the second one instantly. Still a 4v1, but there's now the cover up there. Ivan is instantly out of the game, though. And it's messy for Bitfix. It's not clean. Oh, and Ironic gets themselves caught as well. They need a cleanup crew, and they need it quick here if they want to keep playing the game, if they want to keep at least 3 men alive. Formulation Gaming is
2 bullets.
Gonna try to... They're very, very hardest to make life miserable for Bitfix.
Atomical was down to 5 shots left in the AK, went to loot the body and got 2 additional bullets to work with. That's a bit rough. Had to switch over to a UMP just to continue on with the fight, but at the very least dealt some damage back to Bitfix. And he's got 4 grenades that he can try and deal a little more, but if he's going to get anything done, it has to be the whole job from start to finish. All alone. The rest of his squad now taken down, flushed out as well. And he's still got 3 Bitfix members to deal with. A grenade around the side. That's some good damage dealt through the doorway. The pre-fire will come through, and he just about secures the flush before Physics is there for the trade.
Oh, that's going to sting if you're Bitfix. They had it in the bag. Physics, massive impact knock on Stratos, makes the 3v2 a 3v1, and then a little bit of an overstep from Otto. Maybe a little bit too confident, gets himself caught out. The SMG on close range, just a little bit nasty. As naughty gameplay, or JR hit, whatever you want to call him. He likes to go under both names. Gets a naughty headshot onto Polish Power, and Nixie finds a second. And suddenly what looked like an easy pull-up for Polish Power is turning into another disaster just a few seconds after we saw Formulation Gaming crumble.
I was about to say, if they can get out of this with Crunio and Cappy alive, they're still looking pretty good, if Day One's anything to go by, but that chance has been stolen away from them. Grenades in the hand of Purdy Curti, always a terrifying thing, and it looks almost like Crunio is about to walk into that one, but it's enough damage. Just their final tap headshot from Jam will be enough to send them out in 15th place just a few seconds after Formulation Gaming were removed. Polish Power were taken out, and that is a position in the top 5. That's in the prize pool placings. They will be gaining no additional points this game. That leaves them a little vulnerable.
It's the Polish Power that we know and love. We'll have to Google synonyms for feast and famine, because that is exactly how they roll. Nixie, though, it's going to feel good. First game as a stand-in. We know that his mechanics are clutch. We know that the man's clean with it. And being able to show that, oh my god, Ironic just steps up completely. It's been a lot of Carnage Saga. I'm a little bit confused. Everyone's just fallen by the wayside. Ironic now is trying to make the push. Solo is already down to 2. They've lost in this fight, even if they're clearing out Bitfix. Now Ironic finds a third. It's just a complete mess.
Oh, so sad. Just sort of got given the runaround by Ironic. He wasn't sure which doorway he was coming from. Turned at the wrong time. Got caught from behind. Senya now down to a solo for Solo. And Bitfix dangerously close to picking up their 8th kill in this compound, but it's cost them almost everything. If Ironic can get the better of Senya, who knows? 8 points in the game is not too terrible. 7 already is decent. But for any additional points that he could pick up from this point on, you're not going to complain too much.
No, you won't. Experience certainly on the side of Senya. If you're looking at raw aim skill, the discussion becomes a lot more complex. Ironic, he is the recent pickup for Bitfix, and he's been, especially in this tournament, performing beautifully. Been really putting out numbers for the squad, and look at that. That is sexy from Senya. Ironic's gonna have to get another first aid off, and well, you know, we're looking at 2 teams who have lost 3 members, but you touched on it. Bitfix have 7 kills already. Even if Ironic loses this, which I'd say it's a pretty 50-50 engagement, they're still not going to be all too mad about this. Solo, on the other hand, thought they were recrashing an easy fight and have managed to lose 3 members in it minimum. So they're going to be a little bit more concerned about how this game turned out. As Ironic is trying to just... He's trying his best to slow this down and to not make a mistake, which I think is a fair way of going about it when you are in such a center compound. But if you've had a look at the map stream, exclamation mark map, you know that Ace's crew has crashed on in there as well.
That's just a death trap for everyone involved, it seems. DA trying to pull up and steal away a position from Entropic has turned into a bit of a death trap for themselves, but Mert with a shotgun is going to do what he can to turn that around. The Scar as well on the contribution. It seems like once again it's a death trap for everyone involved here too. DA down to the last man standing. Schiller already flushed out. 2 possible revives. Lukarux will not be a possibility of a revive. Cuba was trying to hold the backline angle for Entropic, but oh boy, here comes Skada coming to breach, stealing away all your kill points and the positions. And Mert certainly has another reason to hold on to that shotgun, but that's a banger pre-nade.
Oh boy, Kuba last one up for Entropic. They're looking to have another disaster of an Erangel game. No surprises there. Now Mert, oh, he finds his teammate in the smoke. He doesn't only find Jempty there, but he does find one on his own team. Now Pixelic has no idea about what Kuba's doing, where Kuba's playing. He's trying to get the booster out. He's trying to survive this fight and maybe backstab once it's done. Senya is the solo for Solo. Trying to dodge the util coming into the top floor. He's moved preemptively. He's done a good job at it. The pre-fire's clean, though. That's, once again, that's experience coming out. Know exactly where that player is going to be hiding on out. Now the molly on the stairs is going to slow things down. Pixelic finds Entropic. And they have another horrible Erangel, which... You know, if you're a Bitfix Gaming, you're happy with 7 points. If you're a Solo, you're a little bit sad about 1 point. But if you're Entropic and you're competing for first place here, that's going to be a bad start.
Most chaotic EU game. Least chaotic APAC game. This is what this looks like right now. Phase 2, we've lost 25 players.
Done.
It's about to be more. Oh, the grenade goes to the wrong side of the room. Purdy praise his throwables all you want, but he doesn't have eyes into the building. He can't see exactly where Senya is at, but he does have more utility to throw. And if he gets this one right, which he did, there's a big chance that could have been enough, but this will surely do it. Just one tap. Flying up the staircase with the M4. Ace's crew now with 5 kill points after wiping out Polish Power. And now they've cleaned out one of the solos. Ironic still lurking on the far side. We'll just have to find if they've got any utility left to try and flush him out of that position.
Dominant from Purdy there. Just flies up the stairs. Cleans out Senya. We will see another circle shift. It goes northwest. Lots of water in play. Bitfix still have that one man in the circle. And with how this game has been going, Saga, there would have been a realistic chance that he gets placement points out of that compound. Now, Ace's crew, they're well aware, I believe. They have done their due diligence, reading the kill feed and understanding what's happening. So they will clear out every single building in their compound, and Ironic is going to have to do a whole lot more work, this time against a 4-man squad. Still a bit of util in play as well. It's going to be a tough task ahead of him, but he finds one. He's got a shotgun. Nixie has a shotgun as well. It's the name of the game. It's another knock. It's another bit of damage done by Ironic, but that was it for Bitfix. It's a bit of a statement for Ace's crew, though, putting themselves into the best compound with now, I believe, 6 kills and counting, and still 4-man strong.
A lot of confidence shown in the Ace's crew. Very much appreciate the, third re-breach onto that compound. Let's make that 4 as the Ghetto Gang go flying into the same compound once again. Oh my god. What is going on? Is this a TDM map? Is everyone just respawning? Why are we just constantly fighting for this?
It's... So, the Ace's crew re-breach made a ton of sense. The Ghetto Gang re-breach into a 4-man Ace's crew who haven't taken more than 1 knock in this entire engagement, that's a little bit more questionable, but it is one of those high-risk plays. Look at that. Clean sprays coming out of Nixie. Say what you want about that man. Say what you want about his performances in the past. His aim has never been questioned. And he puts a lot of bullets into Sancho there. But this is the top 2 of the lobby, Saga. Going head-to-head now. Spyro has to hit the prone, has to hit the first aid, and Uba has his number. The nade's good, the spray's good, but he doesn't connect that 1 or 2 more bullets that he needs. That would have been a good go signal for Na'Vi versus the Northern Lights. But as it stands, it's going to be a bit of a retreat. It's going to be a bit of a reset on that eastern side, as the compound is still just in such a locked state.
So we might have another breach coming through as well, as Jekafiro was dropped by the Car 98, the Squirtle Gang, but the revive has now come through and it's defensive mode on the warehouse. Friends also were contributing up to the north. They got a knock to Purdy Curti. Now April starting to get the better in the kill feed too, so try and keep tabs on how the fight for the compound that...
Oh no.
Boy. Oh boy. That's very unfortunate.
That is extremely
rough,
unfortunate.
That's very rough. That's rough too. Guillaume with the finishing touch, the Molotov lands, and even standing on top of the car, Leosh is not safe. And once again, another friendly fire grenade. Danger close. Oh man, it's not the cleanest of Erangel games. We'll put it that way.
It is what they call a clown fiesta, and I'm not quite sure what's going on in that warehouse. Nades, I mean, this is a place that gets naded a lot, and it's a place that gets cleared up by utility quite a bit, but that amount of friendly fire is tough to watch. We saw Jikafiro absolutely dumpster Ivel with the M4 today, but that util bit not as convincing. Now they do find players on the entry. The trades are good for the Squirtle Gang, though. Jikafiro lines 1 up. And this might just come down to the 1v1. New guy's running circles around them, but he's looking the wrong way.
On QM coming in for the re-breach.
Oh my, what's going on?
I just think back to day 1 where we had the military island game where nobody died in phase 1, and we really praised everyone in the lobby for how clean and calculated and controlled they were playing. And then this happened, and this is game 1 of the final day. Alia, for the second time, a Northern Lights player taking a peek with no bullets in the AR. This time around, the trade is not there from distance to clean it up, but we're down to just Spyro and Melman for Na'Vi and Northern Lights. So even at the top end of the standings, things are not getting clean. And that is an instant one-tap cleanup. As soon as the fight goes the way of Na'Vi, Keanu puts a stop to that. Both of our top two now... I hate to say it, but it's mutually assured destruction just everywhere.
I was so ready to hit you with that mutually assured destruction right there. It's fantastic because thinking about it, once this fight in the compound concludes and the question mark fight concludes, we'll have 3 teams with 4 players up who haven't taken a fight this entire game, and everyone else is basically dead. JR and Jam, they're trying to do as much damage to the Ghetto Gang as they can. JR has to get into that building, though. He has no idea there's someone still on that northern outside wall. It's been so much carnage. It's been so much bloodshed. Ghetto Gang, they finally get 2 kills. They do take damage in return. And it's just gonna be a bloodbath. Look at the circle as well. They gotta get the res. They gotta get out of the zone. Got a 4-man divan waiting for them that's been setting up the last 5 minutes. They've got the bystanders who all they had to do was shoot a 1 HP NLT player in the back. It's not gonna look pretty once they come out of this compound. And it's just going to be 3 teams with 4 members up that are just deciding who gets away with the 10 placement points in between them.
I'm just looking at friends sat in their compound, just probably sat there vibing, reading the kill feed, thinking, nobody told me it was gonna be this easy. Because everyone is just killing each other. There's 18 players left. It's phase 5. What's happening? QM actually somehow, considering the phase 1 circle and the fact they were in Primorsk, having pretty much full control over everything in the circle right now because there's no one else left to contest it. This is wild.
It's wild. Jam is with 20 minutes alive in phase 5. He is healing in the blue and he has a realistic chance of it getting him another placement point because we are already down to 6 teams and the Ghetto Gang is about to die. So if he could heal out all this time, if you could even maybe do a little bit more damage, doesn't look likely with how much they're staring him down. He can hold on a little bit longer. He's got a realistic chance, which is completely crazy. And it's a bit of a worrying sign for me for what's going to happen for the rest of today. Because you said it was game 1. It's Erangel. It's not a game 6 of Miramar with 3 hot drops and half of the team's not having to care anymore. It's game 1 on the final day. And it's been this.
Oh, co-op. But bystanders on day 1 were the team who were signing into all the madness and the full sends. And of course, seeing it all going down, they feel like they've missed out. So they're making the full send onto Skada. A pre-nade has dropped Keanu down, but second one from Xiong won't quite do the same to Herc. Molotov into the window. Force Xiong out from his position. Jam eventually goes down to the blue zone, so no additional placement point, but a top 6 from all of that is really not too much to be upset about. But the third party shots now from Blazor out in the blue zone, way behind the Ghetto Gang.
Yeah, I mean,
time perfectly to spring the trap.
If we're being honest, Ghetto Gang have spent almost 20 seconds without fighting someone, so it was really time they went and third-partied another fight. They wouldn't have had another choice. Flamey's down. The bystanders have officially been kicked out of the 4-man Alive Club. Trying to clear out Skada out of this compound has proven a little bit more difficult than they would have hoped so. But Yor is getting the smokes in, trying to completely eliminate Xiong's building from any support towards Pixelake. That's not going to be as easy as it sounds, though. With the amount of windows that he has, including the door itself that he can shoot open or just have open. It's going to be a tricky clear for the bystanders, and I'm not quite sure what the Ghetto Gang is up to, as they have taken the ridge, but they've been absolutely annihilated by Question Mark and the friends.
I feel like they were trying to go for the classic, whoever wins this fight is just going to have to walk straight into us and we can just kill them for free, but it's not really worked out quite that way. Pre-firing shots into all the smoke will not find the target. Keanu, he was flushed out. That man had 7 grenades. They could have used those right here to try and flush Xiong out from this position. He's just hopped into the window and flushed him out before he could crawl into a revivable spot, and that makes it a little awkward for the bystanders to want to fall out and grab the loot off the body. So flashbang up the staircase will fully blind Xiong. Around the corner he goes. A quick re-peek gets the better of him. And he's just hopped out of the window. He's disappeared entirely.
He's out. He's
now
gone.
He can get the 7 grenades.
He's letting them hit the revive. And so far he hasn't picked up any nades just yet. But he's getting the flashbangs in. He's smoking out their windows. And once those windows are smoked out, it becomes mighty awkward for the bystanders to really act on it. There's a full room that he hasn't covered yet. And he hasn't been confident enough to go for the loot just yet. He's smoking out more windows. You can see another one coming in here. Trying to make this as hard as possible for the bystanders, but not just in time. They make the jump out. They get the trade. And 5 kills for the bystanders. And a 3rd place is guaranteed. It's now we see the teams that have been bystanding. And will try their best to just battle out for the win in between them. With 2 of the bystanders having to go for a very rough send. With roughly 8 players staring down the barrels at them.
Somehow we've made it to a point that almost feels like a fair fight between friends and question mark with 4 men standing. Level 3 gear on Illidan. The vest is now completely shredded, picked apart. Only 1 kill on the board. They've really not had much to do. Some third-party shots towards the Aces crew is just about it. Anybody's got no bullets left. It might not matter too much. If he has no health left, a doozy will hit the headshot and force him back down to try and grab a heal. Hjort just has to try and bide his time. Has the AWM, but I can't imagine we're going to be hearing too many shots out of that. He pretty much just has to lurk for the time being. Just hope that a 4v4 fight erupts around him and gives him a chance to either steal away some kill points or maybe just snake the extra placement point position.
Didn't think I would say that this game, but we have slowed down.
There's no one
Crazy
left.
enough.
That's probably why.
Crazy enough. We're 25 minutes into game. We have 2 teams left, basically, with Herky just holding out for another minute or so until the circle shifts him out. And his days should be very much numbered. Friends don't have as much space as question mark. They do have the lower ground, but I was going to say the circle can still decide quite a lot, and they have just gotten a circle shift that allows them to keep some of that lower ground in, allows them to lay back and let question mark come to them. But once again, this is Yort getting shifted out. Excuse me if I said Herky earlier. And it's probably not a whole lot else happening than that.
I suppose interesting subplot here is that all 3 of the teams that still have at least a player standing are already on 1 win, so we will be getting the second team to hit that 2 winner chicken dinner mark, and fortunately that's not the format we're using anymore, or that would be pretty much a guaranteed 2nd place for them in the event. But bystanders not really looking like they have much of a chance of being the team to walk away with the dub, so for either friends or question mark, it's like we said, they're both in that position where just having 1 good game would be enough to get you up into the top 8 and potentially to make a push in towards the prize pool. That pretty much seems guaranteed at this point, is that one of them's getting those 10 placement points. Maybe not the kill points to go with it, but still at the very least sets you up pretty well for the final 4 games.
I am just wondering if it's even worth nading out Yort there, or if you just don't even take the chance. 8 bullets for Notskiff. Not a whole lot. Make that 3. He's gonna be relying on the barrel quite a bit. I was half ready for him to just pop a UAS tire out these last 3 bullets. Lots of 7s still on the squad. Not a lot of 5s to go around. But yeah, this is a bit of a battle of attrition every now and then. You do want to focus your util. You want to focus it towards the end, but I can already see a doozy. No lethals on him. And looking at the rest of question mark, there's a lot of util on Dante, and that's pretty much entirely it. Yort, ironically, does not die to anyone, dies to the play zone. And we're gonna see, hopefully, little bit more dynamic of a speed up towards Circle 8. But this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what feels wrong to me. Is expanding that util so early. They teamed it up at least to have the chance of actually knocking a player if he was there. But that's 3 nades gone, and that's the majority of what Divan have to work with.
Really lacking in terms of smokes. Mossboard has a few, anybody's has a couple, but that's really what it's going to come down to in this phase 8. Maybe they can use the vehicles for a little bit of cover, but it's going to be temporary at best and dangerous to even move them into a position where they're slightly usable. At the very least, they've got 5 Molotovs, so once the smokes do start coming through from Question Mark, they can just blanket the entire area and make it very difficult for Question Mark to actually use them at all. I think really we're just going to be waiting until phase 9 starts to close until we have our real kickoff, which is not the way that this game looked like it was going to go.
It's bizarre. It's the full contrast. We go from an absolutely insane early game to an absolutely insane mid game to, well, what needs to happen in the late game. There can't be a whole lot of players left. There can't be a whole lot going on. But it feels like such a shift of pace. Ironically, for Divan and for Question Mark, it's not even a shift of pace. They've been this quiet and this slow the entire game. It's just the entire rest of the lobby has completely run it down. And I said we might see a little bit more conflict towards Circle 8. We see a little bit of conflict for territory right there. We saw Hobbits, he was looking to make sure that that tree is clear. We see Dante looking towards the lower ground. But realistically, this is coming down to phase 9. This is coming down to the center in between these two teams. There's going to be a lot of smokes expanded towards that center. And it's all just going to be about who lands the headshots, who gets the knocks. And no vest on Illidan, for example. That might just be the difference maker for Question Mark.
There's no helmet as well on somebody over on Friends. Question Mark have at least managed to keep themselves, for the most part, out of the line of fire. Anybody's is the helmetless man. No Skiff doesn't even have any bullets for the mini, so relegated to just 3x barrel sprays. But at this range, it's not the worst thing in the world. Hobbits without a smoke. 1 grenade to try and put some pressure onto Friends. His position has been spotted and he has to fall back behind the tree for some cover. But this grenade could be pretty big. There's not that many smokes available for Friends, so they do try to make the move to take away some of the space. Could be well placed. It's going to go flying towards Illidan. That's banger! 300 damage. He literally stood on that thing. Those 5 Molotovs are going to some use. It might just be a trade. The blue zone will take him down.
No chance for Hobbit there. Anybody's knocks him down. He did have to take that fight. He had to move, but he also had to take the fight. No way out for Hobbits. Is into a 2v2 now. Rosa is massively impacting this game. Aduzi trying to claw around that side of the smoke. He's trying to creep. He's trying to find an angle. It's another banger. They don't have a lot of nades, but they're putting them to perfect use. They're coming around the smoke. They're coming for the trade. And not even the Groza is enough. 9 kills for Question Mark and a win. That is about as good as they could have walked away from a situation where the entire lobby was dead before they had 2 or 3 kills.
That's going to put them up to 60 points in total, which is pretty solidly within the top 8. So that's a big jump. It's always said they just need that one good game. They've needed it for a while, but it's finally come to. They did have the one winner chicken dinner earlier in the event, but beyond that, it was pretty much not much going on for them outside of the one game they were able to pick up a win. So they've doubled their tally there, and with a decent number of kills to go along with it, they've given themselves a pretty solid chance to make a push for the prize pool top 5 in the final 4 games.
Lukaruk said earlier today, either we win first game and we pop off, or it's going to be too big of a gap for us to catch up. And I think Question Mark have just done that. They won the first game, they popped off, and hopefully they can string something together. And they've been a big question mark throughout this tournament. Maybe the last day is where they come back. But we will head to a short break, and then we'll see what that did to the scoreboard in just a few minutes.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Three down.
Vamos!
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
We said question mark looked a little bit worse on the scoreboard than they were actually standing, Saga. And I think they've just proven us that. A big game for them. That bombards them up the standings. And actually puts them into contention, especially when you're looking at top 3. I think it's fair to say that we're starting to see a little bit of a gap between first, second, and the first and second and the third. There's the gap, you know. That's beautifully explained by me, as always. Yeah. But once we'll see the scoreboard, you'll understand what I mean. Let's look at the match scoreboard first, though, and see who actually got away with the vast majority of points this game.
I'm expecting to see a lot in the kills column, and a lot of teams with very little elsewhere. So the rank points, Bitfix Gaming with the 7 kills and not able to close it out to grab the 8. But up there, Ace's crew, 2 placement points and 6 kills. I mean, the fact that they even got 2 placement points is pretty wild in all of that. Digital Athletics taking the early fight as well. Formulation Gaming having to take the early fight initially in the same compound. Fortunately for Polish Power and for Solo, they weren't able to pick up anything. But again, it's Entropic is the big L for this lobby. Only the 1 point picked up. Although, to be fair, not too terrible compared to Na'Vi and Northern Lights. But like you said, only 4 games left to go to try and close that gap. But of course, Bystanders and question mark up there at the top end of things. And Friends with the 6 placement points, only the 2 kills all in all on the day, but 19 points for question mark is a much needed boost for their position.
Entropic is getting very close to a 3-point average on Erangel. And if they would have the same on Miramar, they would be the very bottom of the scoreboard. That's how dreadful a 3-point average is. Not what you want out of half of the maps that get played in map pool. But we will see how all of that impacts the final scoreboard as we throw it over to that. And we'll see something very interesting because we have been talking about tiebreakers quite a bit. We've been talking about how there's been a change where placement points are now more important than kill points. And then you have situations like Get to Gang and the Bystanders where they both have the same of both. I believe that the third tiebreaker should be the biggest points in one game. But I might just be completely wrong here, Saga.
It's so rare that we have to care about that. It's something that we need to definitely check up on. But hopefully it won't have any impact by the end of today, particularly on the top 5 prize pool placings. Otherwise, we will have to do our homework and not look like ignorant buffoons. But not to worry, because Na'Vi is still up there, clear in first place, over 100 points now. 101 with 69 kill points. Northern Lights 97, 4 points behind, but still it's about a 20-point gap for Entropic to try and close the distance if they want the chance to win, and they've only got 4 games left to do it. Just like you said, they needed that one big game to start off the day. Weren't able to get it, and particularly on Erangel, it's just a continuation of what seems to be a series of unfortunate events.
And the second story on the scoreboard is how incredibly close it is for the rest of the lobby. I feel like look at the bottom half where you have 58, 57, 57. You have only 2 points more on question mark. You have a 5-point gap to Ace's crew, 2 points to Polish Power. Everyone that's just a league behind the money standings is incredibly close, and even a team like Entropic, where we said they should be competing for first place here, they might end up falling out of the money if they can continue to perform like this on Erangel. It might be too little too late coming back on Miramar. So certainly a lot of dynamics that can still change in this, and certainly a lot of space for lower half teams to perform. I think if you're looking at a team like Solo, like Bitfix Gaming, Squirtle Gang, they're not really competing, or especially Squirtle Gang has to sort of be out of that picture. But a team like Bitfix or Solo, they're not really competing for the prize money anymore. They're just competing to put a good performance out in this tournament, to maybe get a 7th place and 8th place, and just show that you can mess with the best. Because like we've talked about a few times, this lobby is very competitive. And even if at the end of the day, you're not going home with a chunk of cash, your org is still going to be happy about you being 7th instead of 13th. And the only thing that really separates that is one good game, which makes this scoreboard look so much more significant than it is.
It's always the case that you just by the sort of law of averages and bell curves is that teams towards the top and potentially the bottom as well are going to have a bigger gap than the teams in the middle. So for the likes, Bitfix, Digital Athletics, who have been on somewhat of a steady sort of descent throughout the standings, but they're 10 points away from the top 6, despite the fact they're currently in 11th place. So all it is you just need to have either a little bit of consistency, picking up some placement and kill points in these final 4 games, or just to have that one big pop-off game and just keep the rest of them sort of okay. And they should have a pretty solid chance of busting back in towards the top 5 by the end of it. It's so close towards the center, such a stacked lobby anyway, that it was always going to be back and forth. It was always going to be very competitive. But now that we're starting to see some separation at the top end, the question is, can anyone, even looking at bystanders and Ghetto Gang, 25 points or so to try and close the gap up to the top? It certainly seems a possibility to do with 4 games left.
Certainly is. And now they get a good playing path on their heads as well. Bystanders should be able to just easily reach Yaznaya here. Match number 12 of the tournament, as we are heading into 2nd out of 3 air angles of the night. And yeah, I think certainly multiple approaches to put your name on the board. And you spoke about consistency here and there, and you spoke about picking up a few points every game. And I'm not trying to bash Polish Power for being inconsistent, but I think they are the perfect example where that game, 0 points, will go out as one of the first. If they win that fight, if they kill Ace's crew there is a really solid chance that they have a massive game out of that position. With how many teams die in that northern compound, with how many teams die in that warehouse towards the west, they could have just taken a lot of space, taken a lot of fights the way they like to take them, and not really rotate anymore, which is sort of where their weak spots lie. And it's those small things that really can turn a tournament around. And it's what we hear from professionals time and time again is, if you can make your terrible games 5-point games, that is way more important than making your wins 25-point wins, because you'll have bad games. You won't get really around that. But if you make them half-decent games, you're already putting so much more points on the board consistently.
Maybe we shouldn't feel too sorry for Question Mark this time around, as they once again drop towards Quarry, Primorsk. The zone goes hard towards the eastern coast, not quite as far north this time around, but not a problem, considering that I think really what helped them out in getting the win last game was just the fact that they were too far away to get involved in all of the psychopathic, just early game aggression that came out from like 3/4 of the lobby. And so they just had well-timed aggression, it's fair to say. When the Squirtle gang came up to make their push onto the warehouse, they came in, they cleaned up afterwards, and they kept all 4 players standing, got themselves a nice little boost in the utility as well. So hopefully they can continue on that trend. As we've always said, you know, they've certainly been the team that has had the worst circle favor so far in the tournament. I think we've seen them maybe within a kilometer of phase 1, maybe twice across all the games we've had so far. For the rest of it, it's just been wide wrapping rotations, but sometimes that just works.
I do have an update for everyone that's wondering about the tiebreakers. I had a quick look, and the bigger game is actually on the side of Ghetto Gang, so it's not bad. The second tiebreaker is the team's total points in the most recent match. So it's not the biggest match, it's who had the bigger last match, which is the tiebreaker. And then for whoever might be interested, whoever's a placement point nerd, the next one is the team's survival time in the most recent match. So if you've had the same amount of points in the last match, it once again matters who survived longer there. So they've done quite a bit to change these tiebreakers to reward survival. They still stay tiebreakers, so their significance is still very limited. It is always just going to stay a tiebreaker. It's never going to be the main point format. But everyone that's been watching during the winner-winner chicken dinner format knows that tiebreakers can basically be the entire format depending on how you design them. So certainly a move made by PUBG to try and reward survival time. And we can theory craft all we want how much that's going to impact the players. I don't think that's really something that's on your mind when you're trying to get the best out of a game.
I guess the only difference that it would make realistically is the fact that if you are down to just a solo, maybe it is worth trying to just sneak your way in towards the later stages of the game, maybe eke out a top 4 rather than sort of just giving up and sacrificing yourself to the blue zone earlier on. So the very worst, at least worth trying to find yourself a spot where you can survive onwards should you lose out on some teammates early on. Although that very much depends on whether you get the chance to do so, because the likes of Formulation Gaming, Solo, Bitfix, they didn't really get much of a chance. By the time they were down to a solo, there was already ops in their building, in their compounds. There was no real chance for them to get out of there, try and make a move anywhere in towards the zone. So very much situational, but I can see that there could possibly be some circumstances where it might just be there in the back of your mind and just adjust the way that you make decisions to try and just keep yourself alive just that little bit longer. Currently,
I think
I can't imagine it's going to have too much impact by the end. So.
I think you made a really good point about the situation where you're last alive, because that is where you are often in the choice. Do I try and take a kill now, or do I try and survive a little bit longer, right? Do I try and just make sure I get that knock and flush, or do I keep crawling in behind that team to try and get some placement points? And very often, in the current point format, getting one placement point is the same as one kill point, right? Getting one placement gives you one placement point, so it's the same as a kill point. And that very often leads to players saying, well, I should take the secure point when I have it, and not wait for a speculative point that I might never get. So that is something that could change, where players would be more inclined to wait and hope for a placement point, since that is a little bit more valuable than the kill point. Is it enough to reverse that dynamic that I've just talked about? I don't know. Certainly a time and place for it, but certainly something that also will take some time for teams to figure out if they actually care about this, and if it's actually something worth considering.
It did take a while for a lot of the teams to adjust when the chicken dinner format came around. There was a few that made pretty severe, drastic changes to the way that they approach the game. Just shout out Virtus Prone for really pioneering the full survival playstyle. But vast majority of teams, not too much realistically changed in their playstyle. So I can't imagine that something like this is going to have too much of an impact. This time around, we've made it to 7 minutes, and we don't even have one team eliminated. So kind of a slow, boring game by today's standards. But at the very least, that does mean that by the time we get to phase 5, we might actually have a fight still left to happen, rather than just a solo lurking behind a rock, surrounded by 2 4-mans.
Lovely. This is clears up all the concerns that I had about the rest of this day being completely crazy. But something that I think is there to mention when you speak about adjusting to the format, when you speak about the winner chicken dinner format, or more precisely the most chicken format, right, where it is only about wins and the tiebreaker are the kills and placement points. Teams learned a lot from that format about how to play for the win, instead of playing for kills and playing for the most amount of points. And I think a lot of that would still transfer to this format. It's just gets a little bit outdone by a lot of teams wanting to play aggressive and play proactive, if it is a preference or if it is a momentum and sort of confidence choice. That is up to the teams. But there certainly is situations in the late game where you would have a chance to win if you shoot one team and not the other. And there's still a lot of teams that sort of have to optimize that process and really maximize their chances, and make sure you're shooting the right people at the right time, and not actually just shooting everyone that you can kill and might have a chance to kill. Because I think especially the last 4 placement points, getting from second place to the win, that's pretty hard to catch up with just kill points. 4 kills is a lot of work on your hands. And can we talk about the fact how long range that knock just was?
Pretty wild.
What?
that's a very long range knock. That's one thing that I haven't actually looked at. Stats is like longest kills so far. Always interesting. Typically they tend to be stealing away flushes, but that was certainly up there.
Yeah, that is a solid, I'd say, 650 meter mini knock. That's not even a bolty. That's not an SLR.
if that
is a mini.
If that was the case, he would just about have squeezed out the longest, should he bleed out from that kill. Current longest kill, 647.9 meters by Nailup. Very cool.
Of course, it's Nailup. Probably a kill steal, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
Usually, like you said, very often the case when
Stolen
it's this long range. Yeah.
The numbers do add up.
Does add up. It's been fantastic though. It's 62 alive, Saga. We actually have had time to fill a few gaps here and there with chit chat, because there actually has been gaps. And well, that circle is certainly gonna spin us around. That circle is certainly picking up the pace. Entropic suddenly the only team anywhere close to the center. Squirtle Gang were just rotating to the north. They will very quickly turn around and stop at shelter. And just in a few seconds, I think we'll see things heat up quite a lot around that shelter area.
Just in the interest of obscure stats, shout out to Pixelic for having by far the most vehicle destroys with 7. But how about team destroys? Mel will sit down, Guillaume. It looks like Digital Athletics are being destroyed elsewhere by Navi's main rivals. Like sample, what's the scope for? What's hit points for? 1 hit point, hip fire, headshot onto Nougat. Squirtle Gang has been absolutely snorlanced.
I'm a big fan of that one. Credit where credit is due. That was pure confidence from Sample. That was sexy. He has 1 HP. He has a Scar L. That's already enough reason to be scared. Goes around with a suppressed mini, bops the guy in the head, hip firing. Peak confidence. Gets Navi away with just a little bit of a scare there. Gets the Squirtle Gang out of the game. As we see another few clashes all across the map. We see a few players falling. And just like that, Zaga, in 1 minute, we have gone from 62 to 53. After having a solid 10 minutes of 62 players alive. It is the way the cookie crumbles. As Marslick takes an absolute beating by Flamey there. And the Polish Power are going to be happy to still be alive. 4-man up. And with a good potential, if the circle doesn't hard shift to southeast again, to be playing the game out on foot.
Pretty similar setting to our game 1. We think all the way back to the hard shift over towards the east in a very similar area, centered up around a sort of lumberyard prison. That's where we saw Polish Power have that massive 2-man performance. Skada will be losing out on Jempty as they try to make descent through the middle of one team too many. Friends claiming the kill point for that one. Pixelic now all alone by himself, making his way up directly into the crosshairs of Ace's crew, just trying to find somewhere to lurk and survive. Na'Vi this time around, well, if we think back to that first original game, this is where Na'Vi fell to pieces after going for the full send crash onto this area, which was then occupied by DA. This time DA didn't really have much of a choice because they were busy dying to Northern Lights. And that's, again, one less opportunity that they have to have the one good game that they would need to put themselves in towards the top 8 positions. 3 games left and running out of chances to do it.
Lots of other teams happy about that chance. Entropic, you mentioned, they need to close the gap somehow. This is the kind of game where they have a chance to do it. This is the kind of game where they can scrap their way up towards that lumberyard hill. They can take fight by fight. They can third party here and there. And just rack up the kill points. Similar things for Bitfix Gaming. They had this Shelter Prison ending once and they didn't have a good performance in it. They have a chance now to redeem themselves, push themselves up towards that top 8. Northern Lights looking to go towards Shelter, looking to end up in the... Oh my god! Oh, that is a belter. That's a head hurt right there for April, and he's maybe even getting the second one in the smoke here. Oh, it's a disaster for the Ghetto Gang. Oh, it's terrible. That's more mini shots coming in. So far, Entropic is not going for the drive-bys, but that is a lot of pain.
If they're maybe anticipating a third player there, trying to get the revives already. The smokes are potentially enough for Blazor just to buy enough time to get around and maybe grab the revives, or maybe just add himself to the kills column for Entropic. Onto the position on the southern side of the zone, just putting these shots down. The car is giving a little bit of cover, but it's also just making it a little more awkward for him to get around and get a hand to the revives. That's always the problem coming out of a city, but Milta, at the very least, you have the safety of distance, but that really doesn't matter against a team like Entropic.
I've been speaking so much about how good they are with DMRs and how tough it is to be in that lobby. Because of that, and I'm so glad we finally caught it on camera, because what do you do with your gear gang? That is just rough times. Question mark now, taking a little bit of damage from the Northern Lights. Toxic players trying to get in on it as well. We have circle closing on in. We have another one in the next minute, and that is where things are going to explode. We've had a very aggressive transition period from circle 1 to 2. A lot of players vying for position, a lot of players losing their life for it. And now we've had a bit of a slowdown until Dante blows himself up with a nade. And it's looking like the friends are just putting an end to question mark next to that prison area.
The Northern Lights being forced closer and closer to Na'Vi. Would be a pretty fitting way for them to take the fight to each other for a second game in a row, but it looks like they're going to bypass it for the time being, but directly into the path of the toxic players, and that's not going to go any better for them this game. So they're not going to go any better for question mark than game number 1 did. And in fact, Na'Vi still managed to find the angles onto Northern Lights. That's 2 quick knocks. With the contribution of toxic players as well. Batulins now finds himself as the last man standing. He's going straight towards friends as well.
Big news. Big news for Na'Vi. Big frags to get. Big scalps to take. And happy days for Entropic as well on that southern side as they see one of the 2 big competitors falling. But now it's gonna start getting serious. Now we are going to that lumber mill. We know we're not going down to the wizard tower. We know we're at that lumber mill area for a while. And this is where the fights have to kick off. Look at where toxic players can go. Look at where Ghetto Gang can go. Look at where Na'Vi can go. There is going to be a lot of fights coming into this zone. And there is going to be a massive challenge ahead for all of these teams to try and keep numbers up. Because once you take one fight, there's another team looking your way. If you're Na'Vi, you take the fight to the friends. Well, you've got Polish Power and bystanders just lying in wait for that. And it's just going to be extremely tricky to try and maneuver this sort of area.
Pixelic has managed to find himself a position in the southern area of prison. So Bitfix trying a similar thing last time after they were dropped down to a 2-man as well by Polish Power. In a zone like this, didn't really go too well for them. See if it works out any better for Skada this time around. Batulins is still looking for a place to call a home, but he's struggling to find one, and he's might just pull directly on top of Illidan, which I'm sure wouldn't be a welcome greeting. We're going to have the red carpet rolled out for him. Formulation Gaming this time have bypassed taking the fight to Entropic on the southern side, so they've just claimed an area of the zone. Batulins just takes the coward's way out, apparently. Hops out of the vehicle and it hits himself. Bystanders, last time they tried to make a push on this position, they got absolutely smashed to pieces with Skada and Northern Lights. But this time taking a much slower approach, more methodical, creeping their way forwards, an exchange of utility first. The third party coming in from Polish Power might just buy them a little bit of space too.
I think that's so tricky. That's where things are heating up. Na'Vi's getting into it. Friends have their eyes over towards Na'Vi. Polish Power trying to do their best to hold things off as well, but they have already found them now in a position that feels impossible to get out of. Uba knocked and flushed is going to send Na'Vi in a little bit more of a defensive stance, but they still have to force this fight, and so do the bystanders. You see them grouping up on the wizard tower. They will crunch onto the Polish Power when they have the chance to do so. Utility keeps on flying in. That might be a flush onto Crunio, and it's almost a knock onto Marsalek. At some point, Na'Vi have to make the decision. Do they go up to help Alia versus toxic players, or do they wrap down into Polish Power? Now it looks like they want to get up the hill. It's Mossboard. maybe a little bit of the bystanders were dealing with Polish power on the lower ground.
With the vast majority of the teams making pushes up the western side, Mossboard set on fire. Solo pretty much uncontested over on the east, but all the contesting is pretty brutal, pretty violent. Across the board, Nixie dropped as well. A combination of Entropic and Toxic players. A quick spray through isn't going to be enough. Bystanders have gone down. Na'Vi finished off as well. Alpaca with the final shot onto Alia. It's not going to last too long before Entropic can sweep in. And knowing that both Northern Lights and Na'Vi are eliminated, this is their chance now to have that good wrangle and to close the gap for the top spots.
Already starting to pop off in the kill feed. They're already starting to clean up slowly. You can see Toxic players down to 2. You can see Polish Power down to 1. Bitfix have come out of the prison area. They have decided to take aggression towards the west and to clean out things around them. And you can see how freely Entropic is reigning on this western side right now. If they want to run it down all the way towards Bitfix, all the way towards Pixelic on that Lion King Hill, there's not a whole lot in their way to stop them. The only reason they're not doing that right now is they got Evas in the zone, so they're a little bit hesitant to run out of it. But Norkis, he's got Toxic players charging at him. He should get one for free here. The question is, can he line up the second? And it's big for Polish Power. This is big frags. This is going to possibly be a placement point. He's already on the fire. He might just go down here just right outside. And as we lose 2 teams, it's Bitfix picking up kill points along the way.
Only 2 kills on the board for Entropic, but the placement points are in effect, and with the position that they have, high ground available, you would expect that they will be a team that could close out a game from this position, even if their wrangle so far has been sort of a shambles. Schengen up on the roof with an angle over the top of the smoke. Stratos won't be able to use that for any cover whatsoever. Atomical underneath can hear the footsteps, but really anything he can do to try and prevent that from coming through. April now putting the pressure on, opening the door, trying to find an angle. Not finding one immediately, so he'll fall back as more of the Ghetto Gang end up on top of the roof, on top of the building, just nullifying his position inside.
Oh my god, it's an absolute Michael Bay sort of moment for Bitfix. But now it's Entropic that come on in as well. They've already lost out on physics. Now they almost lose out on Ironic there. The pressure is more than just on for Bitfix with Entropic sweeping down the hillsides as expected. That's going to be Ival down to at least 1 HP, but Nailab finds the last bullet as well. That's going to be them sweeping and clearing and showing all of that Entropic aggression. So far, only 3 kills is a lot less than you would expect them to get in a circle like this. But they're not done anytime soon. They're still running it down the hillsides. They just have to be a little bit careful about not overstepping, not getting a little bit overzealous. And there it is. There is Priel from miles away finding Nailab. Some say he's the most knocked player in PCS. It's not actually true, but the narrative still stands. They got to get the res on him. And 1 good nade from Bitfix, 1 good molly into that smoke could spell absolute disaster for him, probably.
Pixelic lurking from behind. Coming up. Could spell disaster for Bitfix. Another grenade through the window has flushed Atomical out from his position. And the Ghetto Gang steadily getting the better of Formulation Gaming as they still continue their push in towards the zone. Soset and Senya, though, with eyes on towards this position. Definitely been alerted to the fight that's going down on the eastern side of the lumberyard. With no one really in a position to take third-party shots in against them. Especially with Entropic grabbing the revive onto Nailab and falling back towards the high ground on the western side of a lumberyard. Solo pretty much have the freedom to take control of that space and look to encroach. It seems as though Bitfix have figured out that Pixelic is lurking in prison, and now there's an exchange of shots. They've gone back into the prison compound itself to try and flush him out from there. I can't imagine that either of those teams are going to be having the best of times, especially now with the exchange of shots. They've drawn the attention of Priel. He's fallen back to see if he can get an angle over the top as Bombelovo will spot out April. He's got an angle on towards that.
That's April done. It's the standard start of the year. You're not even looking left and right, and suddenly April's already over. Ghetto Gang down to 2. Gotta get the third player back on their feet. Now it's Solo under scrutiny, and look at that! What do you do against that? Just every single shot is a hit. No chance for him to get out of there. No chance to group up with the rest of his team. Solo down to 3, Entropic up to 4 kills in a matter of second here. Now they're looking to take their attention towards Sose. And they've actually been quick enough to avoid all of that that minefield around the prison rocks. They've let Bitfix deal with Pixelic. Ironic is the one that picks up that kill. Entropic stay 4 up and stay on course to try and win this game.
Although it's probably not going to be a high kill game for Entropic. They're about 24 points away from the first place by this point. If they can make it an 8 and 9 kill win, something along those lines, that's all they need to do. They need to just keep it close coming into Miramar, because that's clearly been where their best performances have been. So they don't really need to get overly aggressive on towards this, but they are still going to push up to try and clear some space and claim it before Solo can do the same. And Luka Rux with the perfect timing up over the ridge. Bombilovo was not prepared for that whatsoever, and Senya not there to trade either.
Tough times. Entropic looking to close this game. They're not looking to play around. They're making sure that they're grouping up there, making sure they can get the res. Kuba's just going to be on holding duty, but he can barely contain himself. He's got the 3x on close range and still wants to investigate a little bit further as the res on Naleb is coming through. Don't forget, I was going to say, don't forget Bitfix still down in that prison area. Maybe being a little bit of a confusion as to who's alive and who isn't. Now Entropic should know they have taken 2 players away from Solo. They should have a reasonable idea that this could be just them versus a 2-man, and they're playing like they know. They're playing out of the circle, looking for the fight, not really rotating away into the zone just yet. And as Evas does it, I think last second he spots Sosa there. That could have been the misstep that Solo needed, but Evas has dodged it.
4 versus 2. On the low ground of this position. Wouldn't be the first time that we've seen it go in the favor of the duo, but that was less of an isolated engagement than this one. Around the side, oh, nail up again. That's the 3rd time we've seen him knocked in quick succession. He tried to wrap around, get an angle to Senyu, dropped him very low, but Sosa there with the covering fire is enough to trade it back, and that is a full flush as well. Point secured for Solo. No possibility of the revive. Evas is trying to do the same thing, hold down the backline position. Try and keep Sosed being able to contribute so well. But it's just not quite working out. Lukaruk's tagged down low as well. Senya still creeping his way forwards. Just a ridge blocking the line of sight. Otherwise, could have had the timing. Possible spray up over the top, but not quite able to find it.
You could see the shift in pace there for Entropic as well. Evas, he was happy to lay back. He was happy to just give a bit of an anchor position, give a bit of information into the zone. But as soon as Nalop gets knocked and flushed there, he knows he has to get closer. He has to start helping out, has to start making a play. Gets himself in a position, and it's not even going to be needed. Senya gets himself caught. It's an awkward angle to try and fall away from. Sosed able to provide a lot of cover, a lot of distraction there, even take out Nalop. Now he's left to his own devices. Evas is about to come around that smoke and start looking for him. So is the rest of Entropic. And he's got to be falling an absolute miracle here. No vest as well. Helmet is down away in one shot. It doesn't even look like he has a booster to his name, Saga. And every shot that Evas takes with that mini is going to do a big chunk of damage when you've got no vest available at all. And don't even start thinking about the ARs and Kuba and Lukarux. Kuba's been so clean with the scope sprays recently as well. And once again, they've had a few obstacles, but they are now coming to close. Coming step by step, stepping into his territory. That's Kuba. That's Kuba with the scope spray. And it's Evas with the nade to clean it up. This is the comeback Entropic wanted. It's 7 kills only, which the only is only there because it's Entropic. But it is a massive step on the scoreboard, considering especially how early Northern Lights went out and what Na'Vi was able to achieve.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to wait to see the match scoreboard this time around, because Entropic will have put themselves to 96 points, which is only 1 behind where Northern Lights started off this game and 6 away from where Na'Vi started this game. So depending on how many kills they were able to pick up, because both dropped out of this one pretty early, pre-placement points. is very much a realistic possibility that you say Entropic were looking to start the day with the one big win to really propel themselves into comeback mode. They didn't really have it in game number 1, but game 2 certainly could be the one.
We'll see if it's enough. We'll see if it closes the gap. I think it's certainly going to change the dynamic a bit in the way that we look at these top 3 teams, because now it is 3 teams again. It's not just the 2. And that's how quick things can change. We'll go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing the scoreboard and more for you guys in just a few minutes.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Comeback game for Entropic. I'm not sure if it was enough. We'll have a look at it in a second, but it certainly will have closed the gap. We are not halfway through, but we're at game 3 out of 5 once we're done talking here. So we should have a quick look at the scoreboard. We should have a look how the stats shape up as well. And we're going to start with the matches scoreboard, Skaga.
Yeah, as sure as eggs is eggs, Entropic comeback is fully on with that 17 points that they picked up. 12 points for Bitfix. You know, they picked up a lot of kills and then had to sort of wait for the blue zone to finish the job. Solo on the equal amount of points with them. The additional rank point in their favor as well, with 6 apiece in that regard with the second place. Friends picking up 7 kills too, and Navi grabbing 6. So that is maybe the big point from all of this. Entropic, and they got 17 points. That has put them up to 96. But Navi came out of it like we were talking about. If you have a bad game, at least make sure you're getting 5 points out of it. They picked up 6. Yeah. Northern Lights got the 3, which, you know, it keeps the gap alive. But with 3 games left to play, it's not a massive one, and it's certainly, it's definitely achievable for Entropic, particularly with 2 Miramars left to play.
I have heard an analyst say a 12-point gap is not something that you close in 3 games, and I almost ripped my hairs out once. So I think that tells you enough about how much I think that gap is really worth with 3 games left. We'll have a look at the total scoreboard once the graphic comes up here. And we don't have to forget one thing, which is that the Ghetto Gang has put another bit of a dent on the board, at least, to push themselves past the bystanders. But the big story for sure is 3rd place for Entropic, 96, as you said. And everyone that's around that sort of area, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they really have to start putting a lot of points on the board. But I'm fascinated, Saga, by how close it still is. If you're looking at 8th through 13th, that's not even a big game. That's just a good game for DA, and suddenly they're in 7th.
I just feel bad for Question Mark. We hyped them up after busting into the top 8 after their previous win, and now they've immediately dropped 4 spots in the leaderboards. Once again, with Solo and Bitfix picking up the majority of the points, 12 apiece, putting them up to 10th and 11th, just a couple of points ahead. Bitfix up there too. Skada not too far behind, only actually tied on points, but very, very close to breaking into the top 8, and that's only less than 10 points away from a top 5 finish. So we still, realistically, anyone as far as 13th place has a realistic chance of getting into the prize pool placings by the end of today.
Certainly possible. You mentioned we say the word certainly a lot, and now I can't get it out of my head, Saga, but I'll tell you what is certain. It's game 2, and we are going to look at the stats after this scoreboard. It is evidently what we want to bring up here, because we'll have an MVP and a top killer, a top fragger. Spyro 25 is still going to be enough in 1st place. Saucid has put himself up there on both of these for Solo. And for me, that's, even though he's not top on the stats, when a Solo or a Polish power player pops up in these standings, I think it shows a little bit more about their performance than when a Northern Lights or a Navi player does, because it's a lot easier to put points and knocks and kills on the board when you're in the team that's playing a lot of end games and having a lot of good games. So certainly some respect is due for Saucid and Crunio.
Oh, he's done it again. He's dropped it, certainly. I'm just glad that I name-dropped Saucid at the start of today, when we said that there are some players who really have been the standout players on their team. He is, without a doubt, one of them for Team Solo. 21 kills, the team as a whole on 39 across the board. So over half of the kill contributions coming from Saucid, and that's a lot of his own work as well. If you equal the amount of knocks as the number of kills, you know that you're not just being a sneaky little thief. Spyro, only 3 kills on the board today, but it's enough to maintain his gap on 1st place. But considering the form that Entropic are likely to find on Miramar, if the previous days are anything to go by, maybe if he wants to maintain his lead on that top spot, you've got to really start picking up those kills again in this final Erangel.
Yeah, you might say they're living on borrowed time. Maybe Miramar is the boost that Entropic really need to climb back up. But also don't forget how Na'Vi performed in the last game yesterday. If they can pull a similar thing today, then it should be tricky. But we'll have another look at the other stats that are coming up, which will be damage and survival. And also, we might say they're not as important, but when we're looking at crowning our MVP later on, they certainly will be.
How does that work? How is Keanu top of survival? Blazor, Nordskiff, Dante on there? That's, survival is a strange thing in PUBG, to say the least. But, well, it's so weird considering
it's
that
bizarre,
survival
isn't
is
it?
now actually a stat that is relevant potentially to placement in tournaments. If we do go down a couple of tiebreakers, which there's a realistic chance that that might be the case. It's such a strange thing to look at. You very much expect the likes of Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Tropic to be up there, but only Spyro of those three top teams in the survival stats. But no surprise to see that that's a different story in the damage charts.
It's maybe it goes to show something about the playstyle of these teams. Maybe they're a little bit more fully committing to their fights. Maybe they don't end up with solo snaking it out for them as long. It feels like Keanu is the one dying early for the bystanders a lot, but the stats certainly don't reflect it. We're jumping into game though. No more waffling on about stats. We have another game on our hands. We have the third and last Erangel of tonight, the last Erangel of the tournament, and it's been creeping up to us, Saga, but we only have 3 more games left in this entire tournament. I feel like today we've just been breezing through them.
It certainly helps that the first one felt like it was over in 15 minutes. Game number 2 a little more measured until at least phase 3, phase 4, which is where we lost the vast majority of our squads. With a flight path like this, there is a very solid possibility that we're getting a military island and 3 teams, 4 teams even potentially hopping out onto the military island, as it looks like there's a mix of bystanders and DA contesting for West Millie. We saw that there was a little bit of a battle between Formulation Gaming and DA last time we saw in this area, but DA is never a team to back down from a hot drop.
They are the last team to ever back down from a hot drop. They, in all fairness, they have changed rosters quite a bit, but they also have somehow maintained that DA spirit throughout. So Mert being the IGL probably has a big part in that, but it really is the most stubborn team in that sense. As you know, they've thrown an entire world championship away just to contest for one compound that they don't really needed. But as much as I think that's funny and I think that's a little bit silly, there is always a point to it that as soon as you give up something just because someone else is fighting for it, who's to say that that doesn't get abused by everyone else in the lobby? And who's to say that you won't just continuously get bullied out of spots? So I sort of respect it as well. This time, the bystanders, they land a lot closer together. They make sure to scare Mert away, as DA is extremely scattered, but do have a few more vehicles to work with.
Seems as though DA not committing to taking the fight this time. They do like to spread themselves quite wide around the area when they drop West Military, which is not what the zone has favored this time. We have gone pretty central, actually, onto the mainland. Entropic, having dropped over towards the eastern side of the military base, towards Novo, made a cross early onto the bridge, maybe looking to head back to hometown Milta, but the Squirtle gang are already there, already filling in the gaps. And the possibility that it may get a little awkward for Entropic, but they're sticking to the beach as they head over towards Milta Power. So they should just about make it there without too much of an issue. I suppose the one good thing for Digital Athletics is that they were able to pick up a couple of vehicles along the way while they have had to spot loot some of the compounds towards the coastal edges of Sosnovka Island. At the very least, they've got the cars to make it a decent chance that if they do have to cross the bridge, they can actually do so.
Just imagine the scenes if Entropic get gunned out of the boat. Quick, though. Have a look at the left side of your screen. This is one of the skin sets that you can win. And I think we have a graphic of the other one coming in as well. There's so many people asking what the giveaway is about. They still take part anyways, because who doesn't like free stuff? But there's the pictures of the skin sets that you can actually take home from this. It's the wanted skin sets. Overall, all the giveaways were about $1,800 worth. Obviously, one skin set isn't, but it is a skin of quite a few. It is a set of quite a few skins, so certainly a good value to be taken away for free. And as we head into the last few games of the night, obviously a few more giveaways coming your way. And I'm looking at Rotation Saga. I'm looking at the situation in Millie Base. And that's looking like it might get a little bit awkward between the bystanders and DA.
Well, it was always destined to, really, when you are forcing a team who drops around a choke point area to spread out and separate and then have to cross that same choke point yourself, particularly with the fact that DA were able to pinch away a vehicle or two, which means the bystanders are going to have to group up and maybe try and clown car send it across, but it's never the ideal situation to find yourself in. At the very least, if there is going to be a bridge camp of some form set up by Digital Athletics, it will be the only one. No one's setting it up around the northern side of the West Bridge. Toxic players have already made a move towards the center of the zone. Ace's crew, this is probably the longest we've actually seen them looting in their position. They loot towards the center of each map. Pachinki and Picado, they're still there. They haven't made any moves whatsoever. The most they've done is send Jam out to a compound on the west just to claim a little bit more territory for themselves. But not looking to get involved, not looking to head down to the south Pachinki Hill just yet to look for any rotators across the hill, but the toxic players will gladly fill that gap.
They will, as Circle is as good as it could be for a Pachinki team. And things are getting a little bit more feisty for the bystanders without them knowing about it, and they're looking for more cars, Saga. They're going south, they want to pick up more vehicles. They're trying to pick up a little bit more utility in the form of cars to get into this game. Now they find Hueth. He's finding a bit of damage, and he's got a shotgun to deal with them close range, but Herc gets the better of him. And Mert, he's been hiding out. He's been trying to find the angle. He's been biding his time, but he does finally get at least a knock to slow things down for the bystanders. 2 more DA players coming in, 2 more bystanders flying down the roadside at the same time. This is not ending pretty, but Flamey gets a very, very important knock.
Everyone is just migrating down south to get involved in this. Keanu hit the body shot on Mert with the bolt action as he crossed the road. That made it a little bit easier. Now Metralius lurking alongside Schiller up on the high ground, trying to find an angle of their own as the revive does come through. Bystanders back up to full strength. DA might just take that, as they're called, at abort mission. Time to leave. Time to play for some of those survival time points, which could at some point become a little relevant. First, they've got to get the points to get them up into the area of the scoreboard where it matters. And all 3 games of Erangel, we've said all they need is one good one, and it would possibly be the case for them, but it's just not looking like that's going to be how it plays out in our first 3 maps. It's going to be another entropic situation of just hoping for good games on Miramar.
And that Miramar, we can't seem to escape it. It is what we're looking at, but first it's putting yourself in a position to be even fighting for a slot that you're happy with in Miramar. Entropic have recovered from their early game. I'd call it a disaster, to be honest, being in a boat with 4 players alive driving past Milta. Promulgation Gaming lose their sub, they lose Vascu. There is the Entropic we talked about. They have recovered, they're working their way in on the east. They have found themselves in the vicinity of the Squirtle gang, and they've been looking to pressure them away a little bit once they group on up. Looking to work their way into the zone. Potato Hill, possibly something that they see themselves playing. But lots of ways ahead for them still, and lots of time for moves in this circle still.
Just flicking through some stats up to this point. Got to give a shout out to Hawkey for committing to the bit It's got over 1,000 sniper rifle damage and a grand total of 99 damage with DMRs. So really committed to his role for Formulation Gaming. That one definitely stood out. I'll give Evil and Batulins a shout out for taking over 1,000 damage more to the blue zone than anyone else has in the tournament. It's a lot of fun little stats to look at. Batulins, I feel like we've commented on Batulins coming out from the blue zone several times, but Evil has taken 1,000 more blue damage than he has. And he's 1,000 more than the next highest as well. So Evil is real blue zone connoisseur levels. So we'll have to keep an eye to see whether or not he's lurking out late at any point. Phase number 2 might give us a bit of an indication of whether that's going to have to happen this game at all. So we've got about 40 seconds until we find out. And if this does head somewhere towards the south, sort of Gatka Field, Chopsticks maybe, a lot of real possibilities of where this could go. It could go anywhere more or less on the mainland at this point. So I'll have to keep an eye out and wait and see. But as it stands, everyone's pretty spread out so far across the map. A few teams barely making much of a move out of their drop spots at all. That includes Northern Lights, who this time have not gone for any wacky four-way splits, which like we saw all the way around Roshawk last time we saw a zone that was up towards the northern side.
Talk about blue zone damage. The man who takes the most damage is still Marcelik, even though he doesn't take any blue damage at all. The man likes to peek, he likes to take honest, and he does certainly dish out damage, but he also takes a beating every now and then, getting 3,000 damage dealt to him in only 12 games. That's a pretty solid number to be taken for your team. Very far ahead of any teammate of Polish Power anywhere close by. But we have a very central zone. We have a very fair and I'd say not riveting zone in any stretch. It's going towards Skade, towards that compound where we saw a match end earlier, the little Rozok or Pozok, as I think Copter is the only one in the world actually calling it that way. And we already see the effect of that. We see Pachinki getting crowded. We see Ace's crew starting off the Pachinki battles.
Qbet will be dropped as well and finished off by Nordskiff up in Roz. Not so many teams as there are in Pachinki, of course, but certainly impactful one for Entropic and their chances of closing that gap, and Mossboard to do with a little more impact from those bullets that he's tossing out around the side. There it is. Lukarux coming in to attempt to save the day. Anybody's has been dropped. Salvaged at least a point or two out of the situation. So it's definitely not ideal for Entropic. As they tried to make their move in. Now, as a two-man, they should be able to at least clean up the single kill point. But with Na'Vi and NLT still alive, 4 players strong in positions that are pretty difficult to contend with right now, and there's not really anyone left to contend with it, as everyone seems to just have gone to Pachinki. It looks like they might be setting themselves up for a tough time in our final 2 games.
Really is. They did more than double their air angle points in that last match, Entropic. And now they instantly work to try and get back to their old average by the looks of things. Not the start that they wanted. Trellius in a similar situation for DA. They lost 2 players early, just like Entropic has. And they are being surrounded by multiple teams. Don't count out Entropic just yet. They are still some of the scariest fighters. We've got Lukarux and Nalup alive, 2 of their top mechanical players. So if they can maybe take out the friends, they can put the 4 points on the board, play out of Rozok. Certainly a chance they'll put up a good game. They'll put up a good fight. And I'm a little bit frustrated that I'm now starting to realize how much I say certainly.
Yeah, it's like a virus. You just can't get rid of it. Ugh.
Up over towards them. No? Okay.
Still just lacking fights in Pachinki, considering the amount of players. It's like when you hot drop in a ranked game and everyone just grabs a UMP and sits in a corner. No one wants to peek anything. I'd be very surprised if there was anyone up on the roof getting that aggressive, but wouldn't really put it past Atomical to consider it, at least. I'm definitely going to have to reconsider now. Bystanders might get the timing right here. Melman is alone for Na'Vi, not holding onto the barns themselves, but onto the buildings nearby. And if Bystanders can just outrace the rest of Na'Vi to get here, they can put themselves in a solid position. It's a simultaneous breach on the compound. It looks like they might take a single barn building apiece.
The instant recrash, instantly finding Flamey as well. Melman's charging around the side. He's got to be careful with it, though. Yort puts him back in his place. Util comes out. Flamey's got to crawl, and I think that's over the money. He could have even done the trick. But it's actually the nade from Melman that deals a lot of damage. Bystander just go for a high commitment play. But Na'Vi is not scared to take this fight. Remember the start of the tournament saga. We just saw Na'Vi crashing early compounds game after game after game. They're doing a similar thing here. Except they already had a foot in the door. And it's showing why they like this playstyle, why they want to do it. It's looking like the bystanders are just getting swept aside here. They're not really even putting up a fight. Herc's the last one up. He's got to go full beast mode to actually try and get anything done here for the bystanders. And even then, he'll be down to his own lonesome as they are coming to clear him. First one goes right past. Second is there for a perfect trade and gets the knock, but nothing more coming from it.
Now, finally, we start seeing the Pachinki battles kick off. Bitfix going face first into the Ghetto Gang. April will trade back the opening. There's a Vector in play on Blazor as well. Anticipating a lot of close range battles. Otto has been forced to turn back and head off in a different direction, but that's just going to send him straight into formulation gaming, which is probably not that much of a better option.
Nope. As the audio has said goodbye on this observer, we'll take a few shots towards Polish Power. We still have that whole cluster in Pachinki. We have had the northern side of things, the Rozhok area, disengage a little bit. Finds a knock with the Bolty. Entropic and Divan, or Friends Divan, have separated, which is might be good news for Divan, might not be, who knows.
Oh, that's horrible timing again.
And it's
Alpaca,
no chance.
Oh, he turned his head as soon as a doozy was to peek up over the top. Oh, underneath, rather. Horrible, horrible timing. Toxic players who claimed this hillside for themselves are now under a lot of pressure, and even more so. That's a well-placed grenade. Difficult to get it over the top of that ridge, but faultlessly does it pretty faultlessly. Julian has had to scatter off to the north, leaving Jekafiro to fend for himself. He does at least have a vehicle that he can try and use to regroup, but he's got a long way to go as the zone has hard shifted far to the north and left most of Pachinki just about on the edge. Skada looking like this could be another one of those games for them that are few and far between, but the compound is definitely looking like prime real estate.
Certainly is. There's a good reason we see teams holding out there quite frequently. We have seen Brooks being decimated to the only one left for Entropic. And bad news bears for them. Not the comeback in Rozhok that we said might be possible. Skada in a good position to put another dent in this scoreboard. They aren't all too happy about Na'Vi, especially looking good coming out of those barn compounds with 4 kills and not even a dent in the armor almost. Don't forget about Northern Knights. It's just the entire top of the lobby. It's all in the circle right now, and the 2 teams that have players alive are in fantastic positions as well.
It's a lot of free space in the fields once again, but it's not really playable with just the sheer volume of players in Pachinki, and with Na'Vi on the far side. It'll make it a difficult choice for Question Mark. They've made a move onto Jekafiro after getting the knock, and expect that they are going to continue on, wrap around up towards the eastern side, where their only real competition is going to be the Squirtle Gang, potentially Friends as well, should they come in. Polish Power for now, holding on to the church and making use of that position. I'm anticipating this is going to be another one of those games where as soon as the zone shifts away and forces all of this chaos, this madness in Pochinki to come to a head, we're going to lose a lot of players very quickly.
It's once that Pochinki area is eliminated, it's gonna get wild and wonderful. Lucarux now, you'd look at the minimap. He's been crashed by the team that's been haunting them this game, and they don't even know. He's proning right above them on the bunker as a question mark is cruising on into the Squirtle gang. Fight that's going to be hard to take, especially with a Doozy just rolling into his secure death. Noki will pick those up any day as Frenchie finds a second. That's going to be goodbye to the question mark in a matter of seconds here. Noki doesn't want to overpeak, doesn't want to get too aggressive. He's letting his team do the work for him. Guillaume, even on the drive-by, jumps on out. It is the nade from Noki that cleans things up. 4 kills for the Squirrel Gang. They've got to be careful about Nuga here, not going down to blue zone. They want to get the res back up. They will have a hard move down the hillsides in front of them. But it is another setback for question mark in this lobby.
Just looking at Jempty, his position. He's pushed out from the compound itself to Skada, got up on top of that plateau, and the last time he did this, he was perfectly positioned when Entropic tried to make a move around the northwest and come down this direction for him to pick them apart. Solo is going to really have to make a very similar move. 4 players in 1, maybe 2 vehicles to try and send it to this position. We'll have suppressing fire from Noik and from Xiong. That's really all he's going to have, suppressing fire. Squirtle Gang, it's not from Uber, it's just pinpoint accuracy. Another headshot as well. Squirtle Gang, you said it was going to be a difficult time for them to get down this hill. Jempty is really going to have to hold the line now as Solo. They've lost Soset on the way in, but 3 players still made it just above him. And Novik is going to have to try and close the gap for support. Never mind.
Lots of things at the same time. That's a way to open up, though. That's a way to say goodbye to Solo. Copy finds one from the backlines. Pyro saying thank you for this nice little Squirtle coming down the hillside. And what is that? Someone check his PC. We said it would be hard. They have decided to not feed Navi and feed Northern Lights instead. It's never going to be an easy route. But what is that?
Oh, no.
It's a triple from Luca.
The sneaky snake.
That is massive for Entropic.
Okay. Well, he was snaking above them. Now, he's got above them in the placements as well. Potentially getting up close. DA finally getting the better of this game as Formulation Gaming tried to make the push through Pochinki, but another shotgun in effect, and Digital Athletics continue on as a 2-man. Otto just lurking behind them as a solo for Bitfix. Solo straight down the middle for Entropic, and if Northern Lights catch a scent of this man, I can already bet that they're going to be all over trying to flush him out from this position as quickly as possible.
It was looking like an absolute disaster. And we said when they were fighting in Rozhok, if they can pick up the 4 kill points from Friends, it's a little bit of a salvage. Now, not only has he picked up Friends, he's also cleared his position in the center here, Luca Rooks. And if the Northern Lights keep playing where they are, they know they have a solo below them. They know they'll have to contend with Navi at some point. And we're certainly just going to see a team or 2 die in Pochinki. There is a chance for Luca to even get into placement points. Now Polish Power on the full send. They're getting the better of Ghetto Gang by the looks of things. They have made the approach. JR helps out, picks up a kill for Ace's crew, and makes things a little bit easier for Polish Power as they just fly into Pochinki.
Still keeping Pochinki in the zone. So not yet forcing everyone out of their position, but forced everyone just into the death chamber instead. Lucarix has already made a move. He knew that being so close to the edge of the zone was going to be a problem. JR has just bonked Spyro from distance with the Mosin. And that's exactly why this man had to try and make a move out of there. He knew that coming under pressure was going to be a problem. Schiller has cleaned up the solo from behind. Na'Vi are going to have to creep their way into the field. somehow this favors the teams that actually committed to Pachinki and have come out ahead in the urban fights. And now Batulins has been sat down as well. Nougat, the solo's really causing problems in this final Orangle game.
That's exactly what I was attending to as well. It's Northern Lights know they have a solo below them. They know if they overstep towards the bunker, if they overstep towards Skada, suddenly they'll have a rare Squirtle shooting them in the back. And it's exactly what happened. They should be able to deal with that still. It's just the time that's the pressure for Northern Lights right now. Getting a knock into Xiong is going to speed things up possibly. But they will have to make the send. They have to make it now. And look at that. Batulins, he's in an awkward position. He's almost got no speed on his car, but at least he's got a turret. And oh, look, Lucarux finds Novik. Skada is getting decimated right now, and they're being teamed upon. Luca finds another, and somehow he's made the perfect move into a little bit deeper into the circle. He's still alive and kicking.
And now with Na'Vi putting third-party shots in over the top as Northern Lights have made their move, but not waited for their backline to be fully cleared. They're really having to take the fight on multiple fronts. Na'Vi, it's so back and forth between the two. Skada coming in to try and capitalize, but Pixelix has been sat down. Jempty answers back with a Groza. All the while, Na'Vi descending the hill through the line of smokes, getting into grenade range. Disgusting spray through the smoke. Uber finishes Northern Lights' game. 7 kills for Na'Vi, and they've got some placement points on top of it too, but Entropic still surviving. Lucarux is still kicking. He's got to deal with Jempty from down below. Nixie, okay, shotguns once again. 6 down Polish Power. 4 kills for Lucarux. Looking for more utility in the bodies. Hoping to try and find some. He's got another solo and he's got Na'Vi to the side, but how much they know about one another is an entirely different question.
That is an entirely different question. Cheeky game crash right there and then, but Lucarux is not crashed. He's still kicking. He hears Jempty in that smoke as well. A little bit of a molly forces Jempty to start making the move. He's got a Groza, but he's completely blind. Lucarux swinging around. None of them see each other properly. Luca gets another kill, and he gets another placement. Yes, he dies here, Saga, but he gets himself 5
10 points.
kills and a 4th place. That is insane. For Entropic, with how they started this game, 4-man in a boat, driving to Melter Power, losing 2 to Divan, losing a 3rd one on the rotate. It was an absolute disaster. Now it's a completely fine game, and Na'Vi, yes, they're gonna continue putting up some points here, and yes, they've taken out Northern Lights, but that would have been such an easier game for them if they wouldn't have to worry about Entropic getting 9 to 10 points here.
Who would have thought that the teams that sort of early on in this game got clapped around a little bit, Entropic losing half their squad in Rozhok, going down to just the solo, DA starting the game off being ran down by the bystanders. Both make it into the top 3. Well, top 4. Na'Vi there to try and finish the job, pick up their 3rd win of the event. Ace's crew, I believe, would still be looking for their 1st at this point. Yeah, it's the only team in the top 8 still not to have one. Digital Athletics do have a win under their belt, so this could go in their way. This could somehow, despite us saying at the start that this was not going to be the good game that they were hoping for, this could somehow be salvaged into enough to put them in a final spot to make that final couple of game push. But it's tough competition. You've got Na'Vi still to deal with. Alia and Uber, no slouches, but out in the fields, no smoke grenades on Uber, a little bit of utility, but he's got to close the distance before he gets a chance to use it. That's going to be very difficult. Unless Nixie still has the shotgun, in which case, maybe you just don't want to do that in the first place.
It's an impressive salvage for sure. 7 kills and at least a 3rd place for DA. That's similar to what we saw Polish Power doing in the first game of this tournament, I still remember. And now down to the 2v2v2. Yes, you can certainly make a push up the standings. You can certainly claw back some ground. And obviously, you're never worried about getting at least 1 win on the board for yourself. But we're being realistic here. Na'Vi, Entropic, Northern Lights, they're running away with it. And I think Northern Lights definitely the most flat out of these 3 teams this game. but it's still a big gap to cover. It's really more interesting if Na'Vi can get themselves the 6 more placement points or 5 more placement points that you get from third to first. They can get themselves 2 or 3 kills. On top of that, that would certainly be massive for them, especially when we talk about the possibilities of Entropic coming back on Miramar.
Undeniably, it would be massive. Plainly, clearly, evidently, palpably.
I've just got rid of Awkward Saga. You know,
I know,
I've just dealt with that problem.
This is the struggle of a caster. Like, sometimes you whiff shots in games. That's nothing compared to catching yourself saying the same word 50 times a game. It's rough out here, man. We're struggling. It's 30 plus degrees, and we've got very little to talk about currently in the game in terms of actual engagements, but that might change very soon. Nixie has dropped the shotgun, and maybe making this push is going to make him regret that. Maybe he's not going to get the chance to even get close enough to have that consideration, as the spray is good from Schiller around the side of the smoke. JR had into another smoke. Flashbang through will force Metralius' spray to be cut short, but Schiller is there for the trade. And Na'Vi going to look to capitalize on it, take as much space as possible, but this is a little bit risky for cover. But no grenades to try and explode it.
Sheila has been looking so damn good for DA. And Charlie is no slouch either. They're starting to feel a little bit like Polish Power in that sense, where you put them into a 1v1 fight, you put them into a close range AR battle, and they look fantastic. But the way there is often a very bumpy ride. And same has to be said for this game. It's been a tough ride, it's been a tough road here, but now they have an arm. They have some 3 gear, and they have the ridge to work with still. They just got to make use of it before it gets pushed out of the circle. They have another 10, 20 seconds until they have to move up the ridge, and they're dead in the water. And you can see Uba is trying to slow them down as much as he can with that util. That second nade might do another lick of damage. It's only 4. You just know that this blue is closing on in. You know they have to move up further. They're only going to have smokes to work with, and it's going to get rougher and rougher if you're DA.
That's a good angle, though. That was always the problem for Uber. And the cover being just that stack of hay. Molotov was well placed, forced him out to the side, out into the open line of sight of Metralius and Schiller. Now pushing forward. Alia's cover is being bombarded with flashbangs. No lethal utility left, but he's hopping up on top of the car, over the top of the smoke. He catches them with grenades in hand. And now it's down to just the 1 versus 1. No utility left to exchange. All the flashbangs in the world. He just hops up over the top of the smoke and still catches Schiller on the move. Now Metralius with it all to do. Schiller just having to sacrifice his life for information, or maybe just bait the spray. It's not going to work.
Gets the information. Metralius knows exactly what he's dealing with. Alia's got the 3 gear go, though. Both have a hay bale. They're both close to the star. They can wait this out a little bit further. I don't think there's any util left, unless... Otherwise, they would have thrown it. And it's a good chunk of damage dealt by Metralius. But does he want to commit? Does he want to go into the open? Does he really want to do all too much about it? Not really the play. They're ducking and diving, and Alia gets the better of him. Nails his head cleanly. 10 kills for Na'Vi. And that single spray there, that is a 5-point spray for Na'Vi. And you'll remember that when we look at the scoreboard, because that could make the difference towards the end.
Metralius, if he'd clicked 1 additional time on the head of Alia, could have been a huge, huge swinging factor in the overall result of the tournament, but not to be. Na'Vi with 5 additional points. With that very, very clean, quick peek. Metralius got sat down. Na'Vi, their 3rd win of the event. 30 placement points over just 3 games of the 13 that we've played so far. That is a ridiculous win rate. That's almost 25% of the games we've played have ended in Na'Vi dubs. And those that haven't, they've still been picking up wins. They've been picking up placement points, picking up kills. And, well, there's a solid reason why they're sat at the top of the standings, but as we're heading into Miramar, they do need to have that in the back of their mind that this is the home of Entropic so far in this event, and that's where they've been picking up the vast majority of their points. So hopefully the gap they've built is enough to maintain their lead.
We'll talk a whole lot about what Entropic needs to do on Miramar. And we'll talk a whole lot about the implications on the scoreboard of this game. When we come back from the break, we're not going to make you wait all too long. We will be right back in just a few minutes.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
Fantastic game for Na'Vi. They put another win down on their tally. They've been winning consistently, and they do it again today. I'll be honest, I can't wait to see the scorecards. I can't wait to see the leaderboard. So let's look at what that game did to our scoreboard. First and foremost, let's look who put away the most kills for themselves this game.
Well, no surprises there that Na'Vi are at the top of the standings. 10 kills, 10 placement points to go along with it. Digital Athletics, that is a surprise to see them with 10 and 16 overall after the way that this game started off for bystanders. Like we've been saying all day, just having that one big game could put them right back in contention for some prize placings. And we also said at the start of that game that this wouldn't be it because the bystanders killed off half the team. But that's all the bystanders were able to actually do in that game. They fell before being able to pick up another point from anywhere else. So fantastic work from the duo. Not the first time that we've seen that in this event is a team that has gone down to half strength early on, having a fantastic time of it. Maybe they were helped a little bit by their positioning within Pochinki being a little bit more scrappy and less long range battles, giving them just the chance to play those dodgy little angles. But to see Entropic and Northern Lights also rounding out the top 4 for points in this game really sets us up for a very exciting couple of Miramars to round us out for the event.
Sets us up for a fantastic end to the tournament. Let's not waste any more time. Let's jump on over to the total scoreboard, as I think that's going to be what everyone's waiting for. And that's going to be shook up a little bit. Na'Vi obviously pulling away from the pack. But now imagine just seeing Entropic with 10 points less here. I would certainly start to question if they can catch up to Na'Vi. Now, 20 points. That is a tough ask, but that is certainly still possible. And it's been made possible by Lucarux in that game. It's been made possible by the triple nade, then somehow picking up 2 more kills and I think 5 placement points. No, 4 placement points it must have been. Insanity for Entropic. A bit of a fumble for Northern Lights. They were in a solid position to get a good game out of this, but they couldn't quite close it out in the end.
They also put up a very good fight against Na'Vi, being the team that made it awkward for Northern Lights when they came down from the hillside. Na'Vi leaving the barns and going up the hillside behind Northern Lights. It was a back and forth scrap between the two of them. And Northern Lights were only able to pick off half of Na'Vi's number before they went down. If they'd even managed to get 1 additional knock in that fight, would have been too difficult to get the revive. The blue zone was already in. Or on its way in, and it could have been a very different result, a very different set of standings. But as it is currently right now, there is about a 20-point gap, slightly above, between 3rd place Entropic and 1st place Na'Vi, with Northern Lights comfortably in the middle on 110. So it could still go either way. Na'Vi have very much done some very solid work in our final Orangle to give themselves that points buffer of 17 points. But if they fall out early in 1 or 2 of these final couple of games, things can change very quickly. Digital Athletics, coming in 2nd place, have put themselves up into the top 8, only a few points away from Ace's crew, who currently hold on to that 5th place spot as well in the top 5. So still a lot can change with only 2 games to go.
A lot can change. I think we will have to pay attention to the rest of the scoreboard as well. The 4th and the 5th place certainly interesting as well when it comes to prize money. We'll have another look later on at how the stats are shaping up for our kill MVP and our MVP total. And if you've had a look at the scoreboard and not only looked at the top 3, you saw as well that the top 5 is incredibly contested right now. It's still super close all the way up and down that scoreboard. With Polish Power, Ghetto Gang, there's some of the leading teams up there. The Bystanders fumbled a bit last game, just got cleaned up by Na'Vi. I don't think they really did anything wrong. They just got absolutely rolled by a Na'Vi that did not look stoppable. But it will cost them a little bit in the scuffle for 5th place. And we'll see if they can reach their goal that they set themselves on Twitter today. But we are only 8 seconds away from our first Miramar of the night, from game number 4 of the evening, from game number 14 out of 15. And I think that gives you a pretty good idea of how little there's really left in this tournament.
We are very much in the final stretch right now, the home straight of the event. And things set out in such a way that our top 3 is pretty much set in stone between the 3 teams that it's going to be. Although saying that, the Ghetto Gang and even the rest who are not too far away behind them around the 5th place margin are only the same number of points away from the top 3 as Entropic in 3rd are away from top 1. So can't entirely rule out the Aces Crew, Ghetto Gang, and Polish Power, maybe even Bystanders or DA. Skada, I mean, potentially. No, it's still... if they were to win both games, that would be what it would take for them to break into the top 3. But it could still mathematically happen. Feasibly, not so sure. But there's still plenty that can change, and a lot of it will depend on... well, circle favor and positioning, hitting those shots, rotations. Of course, Na'Vi have proven that they can do all of the above, plus more. Currently leading the standings in a very solid position towards the center of the zone. Bystanders, well, we're kicking things off once again with another battle for Chumacera. This time, shots already being exchanged between themselves and the Squirtle Gang. And this looks like it's something that's just not going away anytime soon.
No, it isn't. And it's getting to the point as well where the Bystanders find themselves in this exact position quite a bit. They do tend to get hard dropped in Yazanaya quite a bit. And then they do well in the tournament regardless. And then towards the end, a team like Divan, or a team like this time the Squirtle Gang, comes back to hot drop them with nothing to lose. And that's not a position you want to be in at any point in a tournament, realistically. You're fighting a team that has nothing to lose. Never really a good situation to be working out from. But it's been working beautifully so far for the Bystanders. They have been able to come away with clear and decisive wins. So a 4-point injection, never really something you would scoff at.
Question Mark now have the chance to actually have a phase 1 circle in their favor. Few and far between. The doozy being actually not too far away from the center of it, just a little bit further north of that point. Looks like for the second time we're going to see this engagement hit a bit of a stalemate between Bystanders and the Squirtle Gang, and very unlikely that Entropic are going to come flying through just to clean up afterwards. Bitfix, potentially, could do so. They're coming from Val Del Mar. If they time it, well, coincidentally, I suppose, it would certainly not be an intentional thing for them to do, but if they took the right route and had the right timing, they could find themselves grabbing a couple of extra free points should this fight kick off anytime soon. But it really does seem like no one wants to be committing to being the aggressor at this point. And for Bystanders, you can very much understand that with their current position in the standings. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks. For the Squirtle Gang, I mean, they could just run it entirely. They're about 20 points away from taking a next step up in the standings. I suppose just taking it for the experience of playing in a lobby with some of these top-level teams. And that is a huge knock to have picked up. Lukaruk's just caught in the middle of nowhere, completely isolated from the rest of Entropic before they've made their move. He's been sat down, surrounded by Formulation Gaming. It's a very difficult revive for him to grab. But that's a huge knock.
Is Entropic surrounded by Formulation Gaming? Or is Formulation Gaming surrounded by Entropic? Who's locked in with who? Hockey, certainly making a stand with that bolty once again. But this is where Entropic tend to thrive as well. These open fights, the brawls, but nothing taken away from the fight. Good spray coming out of Kube. Good drive-by out of Nalup. But it's enough of a distraction to actually get Kube knocked. There's actually lots and lots of damage already on Lukaruks. Doesn't even matter at this point if they win the fight. They've already lost numbers. They've already been weakened on the map that we were hoping they'd be coming back from. And as that second bleed out comes through, once again, half the numbers for Entropic. It's not the performance they wanted on their last day. It's not the performance they wanted to close things out from. Even if you're not looking at the tournament win, even if you're looking at gelling as a team, working towards D-Loot, working towards bigger things in the future, playing as a two-man, it's not really gonna be the sort of practice that you want.
Great movie, though. Watchmen. Shout out for the reference. Nowick. Still lurking on the low ground is Hobbits. The rest of Question Mark have already started to make their move to the south, and it looks almost like they've just given up on this, even being able to help a brother out. They are going to turn back around and look to try and put some shots in towards Skada. Formulation Gaming, they've disengaged with Entropic and found themselves another team to get involved with. And this time it's going much better for them, much cleaner around the side. Vascu just about dodging out. Stratos, though, can't quite do the same. Sussed is still one of our top fraggers in the lobby, of course. Can't take it for granted. Atomical is now in the vehicle, looking to regroup up and try to contribute to his squad's survival, but a headshot from Sussed will come in a little too quickly. Might even be able to grab a revive or two.
Formulation Gaming really putting on a different pace than we're used to seeing from them. Actually taking fights early, taking fights with aggression, with conviction. But Sussed continuing to do Sussed things. You talked about it before. You've talked about it plenty of times. He's been stable in his performances for solo. And Skada have said goodbye to the first Miramar. Comical says goodbye to Sussed. And oh my, you remember me talking about Skada? You remember saying how many placement points they have on Miramar?
Yeah, yeah. I remember me talking about how if they won both games, they could have a chance of getting in towards like the top 3. Yeah, I remember that.
About that.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah, I'm glad we've talked about other things as well. I'm also glad that I said I don't expect it to happen, so I don't look like an absolute psychopath. High on copium, because, well, Question Mark have just deleted them. Turned back around, they fully committed to the re-breach and managed to keep all 4 players alive in doing so in exchange of knocks, but nothing more gained. Headshot, body shot with the mini, not quite enough to grab the complete knock, but at least enough to set him up. An alley-oop for Uber to just dunk on him from range with a headshot, which is a little bit of a overkill for a man on 1 hit point, but that's just Na'Vi things.
That is Na'Vi things. Trust me, I've had my days of playing against these guys. I do not have a lot of fun, I'll tell you that much. Example is an absolute headshot machine. That man farms your head and gets in your head at the same time. The A clean up the toxic players, though. A bit of a weird and wonderful engagement on the southwest edge there. Not a compound you expect to be fought for when the zone is so far away. But it is going to be the end of the toxic players. I've looked a bit at how they performed and where they put points on the board, and really the one trend is that they didn't have a great time anywhere. Not on Miramar, not on Erangel, not day 1, not day 2. It's just not been their tournament, which certainly does happen. They've been a strong force in the CIS region. They've been on the board in G-Loot qualifiers and PCS qualifiers for quite a long time, but this is just not their tournament. It's one to forget.
So,
and maybe they'll throw a bit of a Hail Mary in the last game, have a bit of fun.
So what you're saying is that you've looked at where they pick up points, and the answer is they just sort of don't. It's the way that toxic
I
players,
framed it a lot more nicely.
Yeah,
I was
but
being a little bit more respectful than that. Yeah, but they're not a team. They perform a lot better than Skada does on Miramar. You know, that's the kind of thing you could say about them. They perform a lot better than Entropic on Erangel. It's just those are extremes of the scale, and they're not bombing out terribly on either map or on either day. It's just they haven't been able to put up good performances on either as well.
Phase 2 has come into effect, and toxic players really did die for nothing in this game. It's gone far away from the compound. There was still a decent chance if it did shift towards the southwest. a couple of times. Then we had the water shift that would have sent it towards the west. Potentially, you could have made an argument that there is still a possibility of that compound coming into play, but not anymore. Question mark. Now we're having to take their second engagement and do not so bad with it. Polish power over the top. Nurkis can't do anything but get sat down as the double peak comes in. Question mark when they can keep all 4 players standing. Definitely showing they know how to play off of one another. Hobbits with 5 kills in this game as well. Doing a lot of work. He was the man who opened proceedings. He was sort of left behind when Skada crashed the concrete on the eastern side of Elazahar. Certainly shown that he's... well, the pressure really just didn't get to him, and he's still sticking around, but now they're under even more pressure as the third challenger approaches, and this one is the heavyweight champ. Good luck, question mark.
Already picking up a whole lot of kills there. I think it was 8 for the squad. It's a good start to any game. It's a good start, not because of the kill points, really, because that is already... Forget about my point. That is a quick way to get back into reality. I was going to talk about momentum. I was going to talk about how good it feels to wipe a squad at the start of the game. It's getting set down like that makes you question a lot of things.
That's like when you beat the 150cc AI in Mario Kart and you're like, yeah, I'm so good at this game, and then you challenge a big brother and he just absolutely claps you into the ground. And you're just, okay, maybe I just need to get back into my little Mario Kart and get out of here. Na'Vi throwing some blue shells, but not quite connecting on the heads. Fortunately, for question mark, they're getting out of there. They're not getting too far. They were in a very central position, so even if they want to just get out of the line of fire of Na'Vi, they don't want to give up too much of their positioning. So they at least have a more defensible spot where there's more options to take some cover behind. Atomical won't have that option. Nail-up sits him down. And that's a little bit of revenge from the original battle between Entropic and Formulation Gaming. Finally, Formulation have been taken out. Entropic still moving on as a 2-man though, so last laugh possibly goes over to Formulation Gaming if they can't convert their good Miramar performances.
Good Mario Kart references. I always thought the blue shell was what you throw at who's in first place.
Oh, they are.
We'll let that one slip. D8 or a blue shell bombing that compound right now and hoping to not get knocked in the process. Alia shows what he's good at. It's not only Entropic that's clean with the DMRs, it's Na'Vi dishing out a lot of damage to this game already. They've only got 1 kill to count for it, but they've popped quite a few heads and destroyed quite a few vests in the process and damaged the egos and the confidence of quite a few of their opponents. We're going to have a phase 3 in a second. It's not going to be the water shift just yet. It will still tend to shift a little bit over towards that western side, especially that southwestern side. We'll see what it does as it centers up nicely around the church area. And look who's in church. Oh, that is the challenges of a map stream. I've been there, trust me. Look who's in church, Saga. It's Entropic, who will have to contend with teams like the Bystanders, but for now, just sitting pretty.
Blazer coming in from just off screen on the eastern side, regrouping with the rest of the Ghetto Gang. Possibly just in time as the Bystanders will be just gunning it directly towards them along the southeastern coast. Maybe not the place they were expecting to run into an engagement, but it's happened. They don't really have much of an option to turn back and go the opposite direction either. They just have to commit to either trying to send it past or take the fight, but they've already pulled up. The Ghetto Gang with the Bystanders. Someone's walking out of here with a black eye, a little bit bruised. Likely would have taken some knocks. No third parties available from any of the positions of any other teams either. Straight up 4v4 on the weird ridgy terrain. Miramar Coast. Hook. So close to getting sprayed down, but Hjort is just there to force Blazer off the angle quickly enough. But the grenade from Schengen will finish the job.
It will, but Flammy's on the top ground. Look at the minimap. He's about to catch April off. He might have a chance to overstep and maybe put some of the numbers back in the favor
There's a third party
of the Bystanders. Keanu Gets a few tags down from afar, or at least a few warning shots out of Bitfix. It's an awkward fight for the bystanders. It's not one that you love to be taken, especially when the first knock doesn't go your way, especially when Ghetto Gang is starting to flood down the hillsides towards where that knock came in. Then you've got some annoying long-range SLR shots to make your life even harder. It's a fight, as you said, that they will have to take, though. It's not one they can easily get out. It's not one that they can rotate away from. And fortunately for them, that nade is not going to be another setback, but lots of work to be done for the bystanders.
Northern Lights, in classic Northern Lights fashion, are separated by several hundred meters between themselves all across the cliffs and ridges on the eastern side and southern side of Al Azhar. Lou creeping his way forwards, getting treacherously close to Melman, kind of holding the back line as the rest of Na'Vi put some shots into poor Squirtles down in a dip. Trying to find a place to lay their eggs, timing it. That's what turtles do. Melman's just got to be cautious that he doesn't get caught off here. As for Northern Lights, if they find out anyone, and now that Perfectix is putting shots in towards him, his position is known. Batulins is already creeping over in that direction as well. Sancho. Finally, Flamer will go down. Keanu dropped out as well. Bitfix have committed to making the push, and the bystanders all the way on the low ground, down by the coast, not in the next zone. No safe angles to work with. It's not looking like a good penultimate game for them.
And out of all teams, it's the team that they were tied with on multiple tiebreakers today that is bringing the pain, that is making their game miserable. Now it's ironic. Big fragger for Bitfix Gaming in this tournament, at least. Puts another one out of their misery. Instantly, Ghetto Gang focus their attention over, but this is the two giants clashing. Shout out to the observers bringing us this. Instead of the fight for 5th place, we're watching the one for 1st. Melman's caught in the open. Batulins has a chance here to take him out, but he's got to be careful. He doesn't want to overstep. Uba is there to help from distance, but Melman doesn't even need it. He just completely takes Honest. And this is where Northern Lights playstyle becomes treacherous, because they are so far apart, Saga. There's just no help at all on the cards for Batulins on that knock. And its numbers reduced on the 2nd place team, and it's a kill point for our 1st place.
Perfectix was there trying to at least put some suppressing fire and hoping for that lucky tag from distance. Lou was the man who originally closed up close range but wasn't able to get involved. Looks like Squirtle Gang won't be able to be involved in the rest of the game either. Digital Athletics have just made a foot push out, not opting to use their 3 grenades. Got it done with the weaponry instead. Quick spray into the dip, like shooting turtles in a bowl, I suppose, I think is the common phrase.
Oh boy.
But now,
I don't want to picture that.
Question mark. Have to come back out of this warehouse and back up to where they originally were forced down from the high ground by Na'Vi. That doesn't sound particularly an enticing prospect.
Doesn't at all, but there's always a chance for timing to work out nicely. This ridge that Na'Vi is playing can easily be aggressed from the north as well, and depending on how the circle shifts, we might even see an Aces crew starting to make their way up the hillside and take control. So Na'Vi, they're in a solid position right now, but they could definitely get surrounded, get crunched on. Interesting position for the Friends, though. They've got Spyro on their back. They've got Lou right in front of them. They have to be careful here. They have to be aware of who they're walking on. And it's looking like Spyro might have an idea. Lou completely looking the other way. Spyro is the one who picks one up. And it's just one left for the Friends. It's a very important kill for Northern Lights as well.
This could be some important kills as well if Lou can get the timing right. But if Spyro can catch up Mossboard and put some shots in towards him, that will draw the attention of Na'Vi. They will turn, even just the grenades, will turn their attention this way. And so Lou might just miss out on his opportunity to take that peek. Around the side. There you go. Na'Vi. Not that they weren't already, but now fully alerted to the continued presence of Northern Lights up towards the far north of the zone, but they're a little occupied right now. This question mark getting up close and personal within underhanding grenade range over the top, so now might be the perfect opportunity for Northern Lights to spring their trap.
It's going to heat up on that northern side, just as expected. The dip's good for Na'Vi, but it's open to third party from the north. It's open for a crunch from the south. And once again, it's actually Ace's crew who've stepped on up. It's Spyro who finds the first Uber down, knocked and flushed. And another time, it is the Titans clashing saga. It is just the top two battling it out versus each other. Goes the other way this time, but Na'Vi losing manpower here is massive for them. They're in a position that they can only fight their way out of. Every single man down is massively helping the teams around them. Northern Lights, they're not picky though. They will take kills into question mark as well. Now that they have that information, now that they have an idea it's question mark, you wouldn't even blame Northern Lights for leaving question mark B and just trying to make them do as much damage towards Na'Vi as they possibly can.
You can't really blame them for not being picky, though, considering they've got a 17-point gap to make up and only 2 games to do it. Every member of question mark that they don't kill themselves is a point that Na'Vi could gain on top of them. So they've got to be a little indiscriminate with who they're putting shots in towards, even if it does technically help out their major opposition. As long as they can be there. Oh, now a third challenger enters the fray. Ace's crew up over the top. That might be a team that we say, okay, maybe we just let them peek over the top. Because they have the complete surround on Na'Vi. On all fronts, they're under pressure and a doozy. Take the first spray onto Alia. JR just looking for an angle over the top. A lot of smokes. Mailman through the side of one of the smokes will get the opener. And it's a quick grenade over the top from JR head. And that's Na'Vi now eliminated. This is the point where Northern Lights can do as they please. Get as aggressive as they like. Also got to make sure that they're coming out of it looking clean, looking safe, and getting the points guaranteed.
Oh, it's such hard decisions to make for Northern Lights. They want to close the gap, but is the right play to get aggressive? Is it the right play to let that fight happen? It's looking like they want to get in, but they also want a bit of a better angle on it. Now they've put themselves a very close range fight versus question mark with Ace's crew still lying in wait. Look at Dante's angle as well on the far right of your screen. He could be an absolute pain in the backside. He could be the linchpin, but he's instantly traded. It's not a trade from Northern Lights. It's JR who saves the day for them. But the pressure is mounting. 12 kills already on question mark. They're looking to fight a battle into the top, but Northern Lights, they're fighting for the win.
That's a huge grenade from Lou, but the Molotov from Faultlessly won't get another knock, but it does secure the flush at the very least. And Effectix forced to run back, runs straight into the Molotov. But for a question mark, it's the push from Ace's crew up over the top, timed very well, but Northern Lights just desperately having to grab the revives because they have become the victims of the third party as Ace's crew up over the top. JR still holding the angle as soon as they try to turn to leave. They're just not going to have a chance.
Not a lot of catch-up being done for Northern Lights right now. It's big damage coming out of Lou. That is so important. We just saw the Ghetto Gang heating things up in the south, but this is still a second-place team. And look who's there to greet them. It's a knock. It's almost a flush onto Perfectix as well, onto Lou as well, but it's going to be Entropic from the back lines. And as soon as Lou walks into what he thinks is safety, might just be walking into the open arms of Entropic. They've been putting a few kill points on the board here or there. They've been getting a few placement points, and now they let their presence be known. But Eva still has a fantastic angle onto Lou. He's just waiting for his time to strike. With the blue closing on in, it should be a matter of seconds until Lou has to step out of there.
Just leaving Nail up to do the close range cleanup work onto Ace's crew. Grenades over the top. Spots out Jam, but spots pretty curdy on the closer range angle, but it's the shot from behind from long range that's going to force him to back away. Ghetto Gang, after wiping out Bitfix, aiming a lot of space towards the southern side of the zone. Ace's crew will just fully disengage from this whole scenario and head straight back down. Evas patient, but not quite patient enough to catch the 3 point onto Lou, it looks like, unless he turns back around and peeks up over the top in the next couple of seconds. Nail up dangerously close, but the man's got no first aids left. He's got 5 hit points to work with. This might just be a case of try and take somebody down with him. For Entropic, you're just hoping that it's not going to be you.
Nail up does nail up things. And Evas is still looking, but it is actually the Ghetto Gang who picks it up. Now Entropic know our backs are clear. We don't have to worry about Northern Lights anymore. We didn't get the kill point that we wanted, but at least we're making sure that they're not getting any more points on the board. And with a circle like this, gotta be worried about the prospects of Entropic here. They've been able to collect 2 kill points. They've been able to get some of the placement points, but they certainly haven't closed the gap as much as they needed to. And look how far they have to get down that hillside. Look how many eyes are looking their way. It's not just DA in the compound. It's mainly Ghetto Gang on this entire ridgeline. And it's going to be such a hard approach.
So scouting down to see, okay, what ridges are there that we can even realistically use to try and survive a little longer. Got a few smokes that they can try to employ to maybe use one of these valleys to their advantage, cut off a couple of angles as the rest of Ghetto Gang punishing Ace's crew as they have to make a pretty similar descent on the western side of the zone. There's only Sancho really committed to Entropic, but now with a few shots into Metralius in the compound, they've drawn the attention of DA, which maybe is going to make their life just that little bit harder. Phase 1, eh?
Entropic is getting absolutely peppered wherever they want to go. It's going to be so hard. Even Ace's crew will try and get into that. You can see the damage they're putting out, but you can also see it just doesn't matter. The minimap shows the shots, the little arrows on the player icon shows you how many players are looking that way. Ace's crew is looking, DA is looking, the Ghetto Gang is staring them down. And with no one else having to fight or engage in any sort of way, there is just no distraction. There is nothing pulling the attention away from Entropic. And, well, they have a tiny bit of a crate in front of them at least, but it's such a rough run.
Still steadily creeping their way forwards. Those smokes now coming out, being put to use. And that makes it just that little bit more difficult for the Ghetto Gang. As much as Sancho wants to lurk and try and pick up the points. Headshot from the bolt action of Purdy Curti. Towards Schengen. Put the rest of the 3-man in jeopardy, but now that those smokes are running low for Entropic, Ace's crew just spamming a whole bunch of shots. Naylor Pants is back though with a few more accurate ones. Purdy Curti gets sat down. Now that's an easy enough double grenade from Digital Athletics, and Entropic's run comes to an end. 6 points gained. 2 kills and 4 for placements. So a lot now riding for them and their hopes. Pretty much going to have to get a win in the final game. 4 players standing on all sides. DA hold the middle. Ghetto Gang the southeastern side of the road. Ace's crew with a couple of ridges to the northwest. Back-to-back solid games for DA as well.
Solid games for DA. Ghetto Gang, top contender here as well. Ghetto Gang even possibly pushing up towards Entropic now. 7 kills already and counting for them. DA with a win could push themselves past as well. It's a lot of contention for that top 5. It's a rough time. I'll say it one last time for Entropic with how much work they put into that rundown, and then 2 very well-timed grenades from DA are enough to close out their game. This is now an absolute test for DA. Being in between these 2 teams, it's 3 4-mans, not something you see a whole lot of times. And 8 of these players are staring at DA right now from both sides. They know they'll get crunched upon. They know their buildings will be under pressure. And they're struggling to even try and get the res on Sheila right now. We've seen how crucial that man can be. We know they want to get them back up, but committing a player to the res, then getting naded on that res, you're instantly down to half man.
15 seconds until the squeeze will really come in. It's going to hit the Ghetto Gang first. They're going to be forced to use whatever smokes they have to try and make across onto this road and maybe just hope that Ace's crew, being the distracting force onto Digital Athletics. That's Really, you couldn't ask for a better place for the zone to end for Phase 9 for Digital Athletics. Just outside their compound, the smokes are up, but that is, of course, going to draw Digital Athletics' attention in their direction. Was that a DBS? I saw. Oh no, I don't want to know who's carrying that thing. All the smokes are up, but running very, very low. And the duration. Ghetto Gang have got to start making this move pretty soon.
Gotta get going, and they gotta get going now, and there's already damage coming through. Tiny gap in the smoke is enough. Blazer was a little bit exposed, but he got a teammate covering his back. Sheila comes in with a big double onto Ace's crew. They wanted to pinch on this. They wanted to third-party this. They've been completely battered in their tracks. Now Sheila is the last one alive for DA. Ghetto Gang have just walked on in, but look at the amount of damage that's being done. Yes, Sheila gets a double. Might even clean out Ghetto Gang with this molly here. But Ace's crew have just had so much time to get their reses off now, Saga. They need to close out this game, surely.
It'd be hard-pressed not to, I think, at this point, but Blazer's still not done yet. A quick knock through the window onto Jam as JR pushing up close. Still, the smoke just buying a little bit of time. Nixie is considering looking for a high ground angle. Not going to get any higher than this, though. Would be a little too risky, even for him. Actually, he is going to vault up over the top, look for an angle through the smoke. He did catch a glimpse of Blazer, and it's enough for him to get the spray as he falls back into the distance. A 17-point game for Ace's crew. Between themselves, Ghetto Gang, Digital Athletics, that's very much going to be our contention for top 4 position. Possibly even top 3 if they've done enough to try and close the gap towards Entropic, which with the 17-point for Ace's crew, it's going to be very, very close.
Nothing is too risky of a vault for Nixie. You have not seen this man. This man lives on roofs.
That's why I said even for him. But
this man loves his highlight plays, and he gets one there for Ace's crew. We're not going to make you wait any longer. We're going to instantly hit the brakes, so we have a lot of time to talk about the scoreboard after, because this game hasn't decided anything at the top, but everyone that is fighting for that top 5 put a lot of good points on the board. We'll hit the break instantly, and we'll be right back for the last game of this tournament.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
do next.
I always get so excited when it's the last time that you'll see our faces before a game. It's the last, Jesus Christ, I just never don't mess it up. Last desk segment before the last game in the Ground Zero tournament. We've got one more game ahead of us. We have a packed scoreboard. We've had a quiet top 3 in that last game, Saga. But I think if we look at the match scoreboard, we'll see that everyone below that was really just really kicking it into gear.
Yeah, I mean, the top 3 themselves probably not having the best times, but everyone competing for the top 4, the top 5 slots. Well, 17 points for 3 of those teams. Digital Athletics, Ghetto Gang, Aces Crew. And 2 of those, Ghetto Gang, Aces Crew, currently holding 4th and 5th slot. Before that game, Digital Athletics were chasing. So in terms of their position on actually closing the gap, nothing has changed. But in terms of their actual standings, well, certainly will have had some movement in that regard. Question mark as well with 13 kills. Very, very solid stuff for them. Only the 1 rank point out of it as they were caught up in that Navi sandwich. But, well, fortunately they were able to come out looking very solid with 14 points on the board. Northern Lights with 7 and Entropic only managing the 6. So Northern Lights and Entropic both closing the distance onto Navi a little bit, but we're still talking like a 15-point gap for Entropic, 10 for Northern Lights, more than likely coming into the final game. So, yeah, a lot rides on our last Miramar. Look at all the 0-point teams as well. That's a
Look
lot.
at all the 0 points. That's what I was about to say. When you have so many teams popping off, you've got to have someone on the other side of it. And it's the Bystanders and Polish Power mainly that you're looking at there. The Polish Power having a classic Polish Power game. 0 points. The Bystanders getting absolutely dumpstered as well on that fight versus the Ghetto Gang, and with the third party coming in from Bitfix. So we will see the implications on the scoreboard when it comes up. You have to thank me for this. There was voices in the production that said, well, we'll just not show them a scoreboard and keep them waiting for it. I have spared you from this suffering. We now see Navi hold first place, Northern Lights in second, Entropic in third, closing the gap a tiny bit, but barely at all. And then look how close Ghetto Gang has gotten.
And this is the guy who said that saying toxic players not getting points is too toxic to say on stream. Very rude, Kovo. But of course, like, yeah, Bystanders, Skada being dropped back down onto the right-hand side of the leaderboard. Question mark creeping their way back in towards the top 8, but now there's another gap to close if they want to try and make it in towards the top 5 with the Ghetto Gang, Aces Crew, and DA all with 17 points apiece in the previous game. That's put them very, very close in contention for those top 4 and 5 slots where the prize pool comes into effect, but not too far away. The Ghetto Gang is still within touching distance of the top 3, and Tropic 20 points required. That's pretty much what they needed coming into today. So when all is said and done, we've played 4 games, but not too much has changed for them. Northern Lights 13 points behind Na'Vi. So definitely some catching up to do in the final game. But Na'Vi dropped out early enough, only got 2 points in our previous Miramar game. It granted took about 6 teams contributing to take them out in their entirety, but another one of those, and that leaves the door wide open for Northern Lights for Entropic to try and steal it away at the final hurdle.
Certainly a possibility, just to ride that dead horse into the ground. We will have a quick look at the stats, because remember, we have a kill MVP, we have a total MVP that gets a bit of the prize pool as well, about 110 euros, something along those lines is I think what's accurate for that position. So far, still Spyro. He's had a bit of a quieter day, but he's still been able to pick up kills here and there, make sure he puts up some numbers for the Northern Lights. Lucarook's closely following, and then Na'Vi still in reach. Sauced, we talked about him plenty at this point. Massive performance for Solo. And then when you look at the knocks, you see that there's a little bit of a gap when it comes to how many kills Alia gets and how many knocks Example gets.
Yeah, just a little bit of one. I mean, I'm just looking at the Spyro 30 kills, Lucarook's 30 knocks, but not being quite reflected overall in the kills. So a little bit of stealing work coming from Spyro, but that kind of just comes with the Northern Lights playstyle. You just have more options for third partying. Let's take a very quick look over at the survival time and damage stats before we start off the final game.
Yeah, we're going to breeze through these. Alia dishing health damage. Okay. And Sheila has finally pushed his way in there for DA. I said this man was crucial every time he got into a close range fight. And Ghetto Gang with that game get up on the survival leaderboards. I'm seeing a lot of Spyro on these leaderboards already. But we'll have another game ready for us. It's the last game. It's the last chance for our teams. It's the last try, the last ditch effort to make something worse. And it's a dreadful plane if you were looking to hot drop into Chumacera.
I'll be honest, I don't feel like bystanders are going to be too upset about that. But hey, you know what? Maybe they just liked the hot drop and then not fighting and just having not the best gear and not the best rotation options. It would be a little strange if they did, but you know, weirder things have happened in PUBG. A lot.
I've seen stranger things.
Can still change around, and like we've been saying it the whole tournament, things can change very quickly. It's still true. It's still the case. However, it does seem as though we've separated out into almost packs. So we've got the top 2, top 3, possibly, if we include Entropic having an absolute banger and not getting smacked around by formulation at the start of this game. We've got potentially as far of 3 to 6 where there is some possible movement around those positions, and maybe a late stage push from Polish Power, or bystanders to get into the prize pool placings of the top 5. Beyond that, anything else that shifts around, all in all, is relatively unimportant to the overall standings of things, but the zone certainly is not, and that's given Ghetto Gang, Digital Athletics, and finally, good opportunity to get themselves some priority positions, particularly on the high ground. And that is very, very difficult to dislodge a team once they get settled in.
Certainly.
Stop.
I'm gonna stop. I'm doing it for fun now, but it's gonna burn into my brain. I think it's fair to say that this is fantastic for and DA. Ghetto Gang, they'll move out of the circle a little bit to start looting, and by the time they come back, some of the priority spots might already be taken. But it's possibly one of the more biased locations on the map towards the teams that loot there. There's a lot of very powerful high ground, like you said. It's hard to fight for it if you come in late. And it's a reason why a lot of competitive players hate that sort of northwestern side. It's so dominated by these rocks that you have absolutely no counterplay to. But all we need is one shift to the east, and suddenly we might end up in Novik's compound or something between Novik and Sheila is a classic ending in these circles. So definitely not convinced that it's the full northern circle just yet. And we've talked about it time and time again how the first circle, it looks very impactful, but really it's phase 3 and 4 that really decide the pace of the game and really decide your chances as well.
Still not had the updated Oasis, which has had some opinion pieces, but that is one that could very much change the landscape of circles like this in the future of Miramar. Hopefully, given what I've seen of it, I've not actually had the chance to play Miramar as of yet. I've just been spamming Destin over and over again, but very much removing some of that high ground and unplayable terrain is not so much a bad thing, but as long as it's gone about a certain way. We'll see how that could affect things in the future. But here, I mean, the Oasis circle is just not. It's not happening, right? We can say that. We can comfortably say it's not happening. That doesn't count as a curse.
Sure. I heckin' love Oasis circles. I feel like as a caster, I'm obliged to just talk about Oasis circles and island circles anytime I get the chance to. This circle is too far away for even me to sip on the island circle copium. So, try to curse it all you can or all you want. I saw a very fitting tweet from Poro today, and he said, "I'm not caster cursing anything. You guys are just bleep throwing," and I think there's some merit to that. Caster curse is a fun thing to talk about. But there is a chance that this goes Oasis. It just needs 2 hard shifts and suddenly it's happening, which is not something unheard of in the world of competitive PUBG.
It's not happening.
They're trying so hard.
I've been practicing my curse all through the Thailand series. I've got it down to a science. It's not happening. We're not going Oasis this game.
You can try all you want. I'm not a believer. I believe in stats. I believe in the odds. I'm a boring guy. It's why I sometimes say the circle has the tendency to go a little bit west when the chances are just slightly higher. And I make myself look like an idiot when it goes east. But you can play these odds, you know?
Yeah, it's
as long as you're not pretending, you're pretending that you're spitting facts. You make it clear you're just spitting out a few odds here and there.
It's a little weird.
Polish power.
When I was casting other games, I was always told, if you're an analyst, you've got to speak definitively. You got to say, this is what's happening. You can't say, I think. You can't say, maybe. You got to be like, this is the truth. But in PUBG, you do that, you look like an idiot. You look like a dang fool.
It's,
so don't do that.
I think there is a lot of credit. There is a lot of credit to not always speaking in relative terms, and sometimes just saying, this is what should be happening. That is still relative, but you can be definitive in the same time, right? That still gives you a bit of leeway. Because realistically, you can have the best position in PUBG. You can get the circle on your neck. You can play it beautifully. You get absolutely donked by Navi crushing your compound. That can happen. The game is not as one-sided as that. And I think Nixie is getting a pretty solid taste of that. From his POV, he's done nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing. But Northern Lights is set up to punish him. They're set up for someone crossing their lines, and they take him out instantly as a doozy is doing his best Batulin's impression.
I feel like I've said it. I think it was in the OCE League where I said this, but I've seen it many times where the team making the rotation out from Picardo will go up over the top of the land around Power Grid, and exactly that thing happens. They get caught out by the Power Grid team lurking in the ribs, the dips on the western side and up north, and lose a player for it. Whereas maybe it was a safer rotation just to wrap around to the west, but with Entropic being in Monte Nuevo not making an early move, maybe that wouldn't have also been particularly safe either. Oh, a doozy spotted up top. He's got a bolt action, so
he's got a
Schengen,
bolt.
It's a bit of an awkward one. He has to watch himself in the driver's seat as he falls back. It should get out of there relatively fine, unless, question mark? No. No. Okay. Yeah, it should be fine. Unless... Doozy doesn't hit those, unfortunately, but he at least gets the information over to the rest of the crew. Dante making a move down to fully 2-2 split the crater field itself, and hopefully we'll bring a DMR to the party as well. A little more consistency.
Definitely what you want if you're on top of a mountain like that. I do want to finish my point about Polish Power. It's been heavily delayed. But as said earlier, they had a typical 0-point game. I don't want to get absolutely lynched by Twitch chat and the fantastic Polish Power fans when they hear that. A 15-point game is also a typical Polish Power game. It's just the 3 to 5 point games that are not so common for them. You know, you gotta give context sometimes, because things sound very nice in your head, but then they don't really come across as well on the broadcast. Formulation Gaming making a move right into the lines of Northern Lights. They've got to be a little bit careful about that. Northern Lights hoping to pick up any kill points they can get, as the Friends have found some of their CIS companions around the San Martin area.
I'm sure if Toxic players will be happy about this newly rekindled friendship. This Mossboard has just sat Jekafiro down, giving him a right telling off. Alpaca almost able to answer back on towards Nordskiff, but not quite able to do so. But Leosh is looking for the angle. A second player eliminated by the time that Phase 1 has closed in. It's been a altogether fairly slow start to Miramar, as is usually expected of the map, but still a little more exchanging of shots to be done. Mossboard with another headshot in his direction, and another first aid kit expended. And there's another one as well. Julian just making it easy for him. He's still peeking up over the top while healing. Little bold. But he answers back in kind.
Bit of a standoff. Bit of an awkward battle. Which due to some of the high ground involved sometimes. We'll have another zone shift on in. Phase 2 goes to the south. Goes away from the Cobraria area. I think we might now be in a position to say the Oasis Circle is not happening. But we're also in a position to say Northern Lights is in a good spot here. Navi, they will have to make a few moves out of their compound. They've been gambling on that a little bit. They've been playing very safe and sound in a compound that could get them a free win. Now they'll have to stretch their feelers out a little bit more and get a little bit more proactive. And we still see the struggle of Nordskiff, who's trying to not flash himself, and he's not succeeding just yet. That's another one.
Still not succeeding.
He'll get there.
Is playing these geometric edges of the rocks pretty well, though. Dodging out from the utility and keeping his head low enough down that Illidan is not able to find an angle from the backlines. Malicious now that anybody's has got all the way up on top of the hill, but Leosh just rocks up out of nowhere. Dunks on Nordskiff even without him blinding himself. Now Packer's got the angle towards Illidan, forcing him to keep his head down too. Just needs to be a little cautious of the peak coming from anybody's again, but he's half hit points. He's been tagged down too. Head on a swivel for Alpaca, trying to deal with both sides at once.
Long drawn-out fight for either of these teams. Northern Lights, meanwhile, they've heard the fight between Formulation Gaming, Bitfix, and Solo, and you can see Bitfix, they're committing. Or Formulation Gaming is committing to the third party onto Bitfix. Bit of a cluster on that southwestern side. Bitfix already lost one. They're looking to take one back to Formulation Gaming. It's a nice spray from Ival. Instant trade, though, from Hockey. That's what the support is for, but Ironic's coming over the top. And clean every single time we had a chance to watch him. Putting up numbers for Bitfix Gaming. They are just, again, between a lot of fronts here. Vasco's on the drive-by. Third-party shots are coming in. Solo has already taken out one of them. It's not meant to be. 1 kill point for Formulation Gaming as Bitfix falls on the southwestern side, and that opens up a lot of space. Teams that have much higher stakes, which is the Northern Lights and its Entropic, all eyeing for this position.
Ah, yes. Batulins is in the game.
That is a new rock.
We're on Miramar. Just in case you were wondering. Uh-oh. That's a lot of tags
And
in his direction though, from
Entropic
Nail-Up.
have an idea.
Oh, what?
Oh,
Where did that even come from?
No. That is kilometers
That's
away.
all the way on the other high ground. Oh my lord, Lucarux has just Batulins. And that's not a revivable one either. But Vascu. Ratsku coming in.
Good flash.
A bit
Who has the angle though? Who hasn't ready for it? Evas is trying to make things work. He's trying to force it. Oh, they're just getting crushed right now in Tropic. It was looking so good. They know about the position that Batulins has taken. They punish him instantly, and then just Vasco alone with a little bit of third-party help puts him into the dirt. Lucarux is trying to pull one up, and he's going to lose 2 more teammates here. Oh, and it's disaster for Entropic. That almost locks Northern Knights and Na'Vi in for the top 3. Lucarux would have to do absolute miracles right now. You can see Perfectix. He wants to go for that res even. Luca doesn't want it to happen. It's Soset who steals the kill away. Entropic are down to 1. Northern Knights are down 1. And Na'Vi is just watching. Sitting in a compound, watching the kill feed and being undeniably happy about it.
All their competition is... Okay. This man... You know when they say, like, you never forget how to ride a bike? I think Perfectix forgot that you're supposed to go more than 3 kilometers an hour. Still some solid work, though, from Vascu as a solo for Formulation Gaming. Oh, yeah, just got hit by his own car as Xiong knocked him. Just a little bounce in the air, and actually pushed him behind the tree, and then came to rest for some decent cover. Prevent the flush, but all in all, it's going to be inconsequential. He will be going down either way. The blue zone will claim him. Vascu's still not done yet. Still more damage to be dealt. Still more top 5 kill candidates to be denied.
5 kills for Formulation Gaming. He's trying his best to have a good performance in the last game. The big news is that Northern Lights is down to 2, though. Big news is that they will have a hell of a time to try and catch up to a Na'Vi who's been playing quiet, who's been playing safe, slowly starting to stretch out of their compound. Just as Circle 3 is closing on in. And yeah, they have Ximong above them. That might spell some trouble. But with the cushion that they have, they are mighty laughing right now. And they are mighty happy about what just happened on that western side of the zone.
I think with all that's been said and done and the points lead that they had, the gap, it's looking very likely that Na'Vi walk away with the dub, but Lou has something to say about it. Alia, tagged down, finished off. Xiong started proceedings by softening them up. He softened up another one for them. Alia, his corpse just on the hillside. Example, smoke not quite up in time, but Uber has just... He's punished Xiong for his attempts to put them down. Oh, there he goes. Sliding down the hill.
There he's going down. This is massive though, because NLT knows there's weakness now. They know that this is Na'Vi that they're knocking. They see these points. They see these players going down. If they can manage to just close out Na'Vi out of this circle, it becomes possible again. It's a massive, massive task for Northern Lights, of course, but if they can just close out Na'Vi here, put up another 2 points, make sure there's nothing more getting summed onto the total of Na'Vi, that is exactly what they need to do. They have no chance if Na'Vi keeps surviving here. Na'Vi, even without Northern Lights, would have a hard time surviving this, but this is where you got to close the bag. Start working on yourself.
More fighting on the southern side of the zone as Toxic players still scrapping. One below, though, the next victim. Making the push forwards. What, the 4th time in a row we've seen Northern Lights and Na'Vi only a couple of 100 meters away from each other on the map, if not closer than that, taking the fight. It's very difficult for Northern Lights to get an angle on towards this, though, with the position of Skada, Pixelic in particular, on the far side. But maybe they don't need to, because they're just being sent directly at by friends. That's a swift couple of knocks, but that's the job done. It's Na'Vi with the final nail in the coffin for Lou. And with that, they've secured it. It was a slim chance, but now all their competition for the top spot has been eliminated, and it was, of course, them who put the final nail in the coffin. Melman with the last shot.
That was looking like a donation too. That was Divan cruising into Northern Lights. Ends Divan.
Now they're gone.
Cruising into the open arms. It was looking like 3 free kills. They get 2 knocks as well, but then just one trade is enough to put the dreams of Northern Lights to bed. They will not be competing for first in this year. Na'Vi have earned it as well. Na'Vi have put up massive performances throughout this tournament. Winning a lot of games, putting up a lot of big kill wins as well. And they're not even done just yet. They'll be playing on this lower ground. They'll try to take a fight versus Skada. If Polish Power or anyone else can start aggressing from the west, then Skada will have a hard time peeking over. And if the toxic players just cruise on in, why not pick these up as well? Uber lines up another one. Someone said earlier, damn, this guy's clean. He's an absolute beast. It's fantastic to see him back in the scene as well after such a long break. Being locked into a phase contract he didn't really want. Now he's back and kicking. And so is Na'Vi. They might go down here, but they have won the tournament. They have claimed first place. And, well, at least Pixelic can claim something this game. As Skada hasn't really been as successful.
With that kill, though, it's all our top 3 eliminated. Now heads have to turn towards Ghetto Gang, Ace's crew, Polish Power, Digital Athletics, all of those that are competing for that 4th and 5th slot. Who knows? Maybe if Ghetto Gang close out the game, maybe if Ace's crew can finish the job, could even be the top 3 slot. Ghetto Gang looking the most poised in terms of the points and the fact that there's all 4 of them still standing. There's a wide open compound. It is definitely a solid one. And the bystanders will say, you know what, we'll just take that. We could stay in the valley, or we could just have the high ground for free. Which sounds a little more appealing. Just looking at the teams that are still standing, so many of those between 4th place now to sort of 9th, which is all still pretty close together, still standing.
It's also just fantastic positions.
Battle for top 4.
For DA. Possibly for the Ghetto Gang. Obviously a lot more struggles ahead for them. You can see them on the mountaintop here. They have to fight their way down. DA, they're sitting a lot more pretty. Ace's crew, they need a little bit of circle luck. And then DA is just undeniably laughing at this. There is a world where Polish Power just send it into DA. There's a world where Ace's crew can recrash it and maybe clean up. There's a lot of ways for this to just go awry for all of these teams. And spoken so much about Polish Power, spoken so much about question mark. They have a 12-13 point gap towards DA. But a win is 10 points. And without stating the obvious, not nearly done for them either.
One more minute until the next zone will come in. It's got a bit of a wild send just to try and make all the way into the concretes where bystanders were originally, but they gave up the position for the high ground, and you can see why. They now have prime position to punish Skada for this aggressive move that they've made. Jempty picked off. Frenchie still out in the blue zone. Really not going to have much that he can do this game. The Ghetto Gang have made sure of that. 0 kills, despite the fact that they've pretty much caused the doom of the Squirtle Gang. It's been Skada picking up 1, the blue zone more than likely to be what ends up being the final doom of Frenchie. will be the case. Almost flaming, but not quite. 7 teams remain.
7 teams. As we have zone number 6. This German accent I can do. And it excludes not only the Ghetto Gang, which we expected, it also means Skada has to make a move. It means Polish Power has to make a move that we talked about.
You know what's crazy? Is that all 7 of these teams that are alive right now are all 7 of the teams between 4th place and 10th place in the standings. That very area that we've said is so close, and having one good game can just propel you up so far. That's who this final battle comes down to, is all those teams. That's wild.
Yes. And you do have to favor some of them, but one crash, one fight gone wrong, and the game completely flips over. Consider as well, question mark, 0 kills for them right now. DA, 0 kills for them right now. Bystanders, on the other hand, they're picking up their 3rd, and they're looking for a 4th onto Skada as well. So yeah, they're a little bit further behind, but that doesn't mean that they're any less likely to climb into that top 5. Because the gaps are tiny at this point.
Noik wasn't able to find his way through one either. Pix looks kind of bone. Polish Power. They're going to try their luck against Ace's crew. 3 nades coming out. Maybe a little too far. No, Marsalek. What has occurred there?
Oh, you hate to see it. Not right now. Not at this time. Look at the damage coming into the rest of the squad. No foot in the door for them at all. JR is about to close out their game. He closes out their tournament. It is only 2 points for Ace's crew because Marsalek denies. DA get one on the board. You might end up remembering that one. You might actually see it come into relevance. But they're not the only one that had to make the move. Ghetto Gang have to make the crash onto the warehouse. Question mark have been preparing for this. They've been ready for this. I'd be very surprised if Ghetto Gang don't just play the backside. Still lots of util coming out. That second nade could be brutal for Hobbit. He's even going into the smokes just to deal more pain. And it's another team just getting swept aside here, Saga.
Another grenade as well. Finishes off all of the flushes. The Molotov as well from Aduzi. Around the sides. Skada finished off in the middle of all of this. Faultlessly just turns his attention over to the valley for a second. Insult to injury after Hjort finished off his teammate with a Winchester. I feel like we've had a conversation about how they're not relevant ever. He was listening. Top 4. Ace's crew, DA, QM, and Bystanders looking very similar to our previous game. If the Ghetto Gang had been a little more successful, in fact a lot more successful, on their breach of the warehouse, could have been almost a mirror matchup, but we want it to go down to the wire when there's 3 teams who have 10 points between them as a push for the top 4 that have just been eliminated. Several other teams who need about 10 of those points to get up into that position. Could we really ask for a better top 4 to finish off the event?
Situation is that there's 2 teams that really need a win to get things going. And it is Bystanders and question mark. And there is 2 teams where every single point can decide a placement, which is DA and Ace's crew. Before this game, 5 points apart. Now that is shrinking. And that is so quickly turned with just 1 team fight. But if we see this zone, there is a tiny bit of cover left in for question mark. There is basically nothing for the Bystanders. And it's all DA. Which on first glance looks like, well, DA should get away with this. It also means the whole attention will very soon be on them.
Yeah, it didn't work out last time.
And Flamey gets sat down.
That's the big sort of swinging factor as well, is that DA was in a similar position where they had the compound, they had the control of the zone, but just getting pushed from both sides at the same time, the Ghetto Gang and Ace's crew, and it all rapidly fell apart. Mark opting to take the fight towards the Bystanders rather than going directly towards Digital Athletics and getting third party to death. Go for the more direct approach, pulling up on the ridge. Aduzi continues on a little bit, not pulling up just yet, faultlessly on the back line. Try and provide that covering fire over the top, but not going to be enough to stop the headshots coming through. Hjort is just farming with the Groza. 1 more left for question mark. He's barely got any bullets. It's the Winchester. Oh my god, if he kills me, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, please. Oh, he gets a tag as well. It doesn't matter, though. It's so much damage coming out of Herc there. He's the one that gets knocked in the end. It's no bullets at all, and... Oh, I thought that was a Groza kill for a second. I was getting all excited. Bystanders pick up so many points on that. So many kills, and look what they can do now when that turns around, when they can turn their attention towards the lower ground. DA has almost moved out of the compound already. Destroyed the hopes of Ace's crew. And with all those smokes being expanded, they're making across the road already. This has to be massive shots coming out of the bystanders if they want to have any chance of turning this around.
Feels almost a little strange, but if Digital Athletics close out the win, I'm not sure if they've done enough to get into the top 4, almost certainly the top 5. The bystanders is all that stands in their way. But that tiny little ridge is all that they've got to work with, unless they try and use some of those vehicles just to make a very question mark-esque send and try and get in behind DA. If they could dislodge Mert, Schiller from the back line, and Metrelius and Hueth would be entirely open. We've seen how difficult it can be to make that crash, and with another headshot coming through, 71 damage dealt. They've all... They made it almost successful, but just the car flipping at the last second maybe just denied them their final chance. And there it is, the last kill of the event. Schiller with the headshot. 7 kills for DA. I don't know if it's enough for them to get top 4. I'm sure top 5 certainly, but man, it's a tight one. We have to wait for the scoreboard to guarantee it. But of course, we have to also give a shout out to Na'Vi for walking away champions of the event. The top 3 could have changed around quite a lot, but in the end, all fell pretty early on, so nothing much shifting around at the top end of the scoreboard. So Na'Vi will walk away as our champions. But who's getting those prize pool placings? That's a little more up for debate.
What a way to end it as well. The bystanders, they were looking so hot there, taking out question mark, taking some damage towards the Aces crew, and then that flipped cars enough to take them out of the game. DA, they've had a win before. That wasn't a big kill win. I think it was 14. This time 17 in the last game is a massive stand for them. And we talked a lot about the standings. We talked a lot about the scoreboards. I'm not quite sure how they look right now. That's not very often the case. It's not very often this close. But I have absolutely no idea, especially who's 5th, who's 6th, all around that. Not quite sure what's going to go on there. We all know the top 3 at this point. We'll see it on the scoreboard when it comes up. I can't give you that quite yet. What I can give you is we'll make sure to have a skin giveaway for you in the chat when this is happening to just make you pass that time. Get yourself a nice wanted skin set, some nice cowboy skins. And
yeehaw!
We will have a look at who takes away a big part of this prize money, who's our MVP, all of that stuff in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time to kill and just to reflect on what we've seen, because it's been up and down. It's been back and forth for so many of the teams. And while we started off seeing certain teams very much underperform compared to expectations, I think realistically we can look at the sort of end game scoreboard and probably say, yeah, this makes a little bit of sense compared to what we expected. Maybe there's some teams that we might think could have done a little better. SCADA generally not having the best of times of it, but showed sort of flashes of what they are capable of as well. In there is one that certainly stands out, but some of those that came through the open qualifiers definitely having maybe a much better time than we would have expected them to, and taking a bit more of a comprehensive fight to the top end of the standings too.
Ghetto Gang was fighting for top 3 that game. They could have beaten out Entropic. I don't think anyone would have come into this saying that Ghetto Gang is a top 3 contender with teams in this lobby like Na'Vi, like NLT, but also teams that maybe didn't really have that tournament. Teams like SCADA that easily breezed into the finals of G-Loot and then started off with a terrible start to this tournament. They redeemed themselves a little bit towards day 2, and they did get up some of the placement points finally in the later games. But they haven't had the tournament you'd expect them to. Ghetto Gang didn't have on the other side of the scale. Polish Power, another one of those names where you never know what you're really going to get. Sometimes they're insane, sometimes they fall a little bit flat. But if they win that crash in the last game, if they take out Ace's crew, if Marsalek maybe stays alive in that breach, they have a solid chance to compete for that top 5, compete for prize money, and put a stamp on a lobby that is extremely competitive, ended up extremely competitive, except for that one game. That was game 1 today. That was the wild exemption out of all of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know about that game. That one was kind of a write-off, but you're not going to complain about it if you walked away with that with some points. But yeah, I think everyone just started off losing their minds today, but things sort of settled towards the end, and we got to see some pretty clean stuff from some of the top end teams. And really, it's no surprise to see the top 3 that we have seen. Maybe the order of them could have been slightly shifted around in some people's opinions, but to see Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Entropic at the top is no surprise whatsoever. And I think it's fair to say that even if like some of the teams that didn't have the best of times of it, Squirtle Gang, Formulation Gaming, Toxic Players, individually, they all did have some pretty solid moments as a roster. It just wasn't like that consistency is key a lot of the time, falling short, but they all did have those sort of glimmers of good moments in the competition as a whole. So there's everyone has something that they can walk away and say, hey, you know what, this was pretty okay, although the results don't reflect what they would have maybe hoped was going to be the case coming into it. There's still some elements of the tournament that every team has done pretty dang well with.
It's also a lot of the more experienced teams coming into this. They're coming into it in a very weird spot where they have just qualified for one of the 4 tournaments that qualify you to PGC, and they have that final still to play. So they're in a bit of a weird state in between qualifier and final, and they're really just making themselves and their roster ready for a performance in that upcoming tournament. So they have to always weigh up. Do we want to show everything that we've got? Do we want to hold back a little bit? Do we want to focus on things that we think we're not so good at, which is obviously gonna hurt your performance in this tournament, but possibly help you in the long run? So there's lots of calculations there to be made. There's lots of thoughts to be had for the teams, especially the teams that are playing G-Loot. I've said G-Loot so many times. Yeah, they've got to start paying me some sort of fee. I'm sorry. It's just what's on the mind of a lot of these players. And I think if you're especially looking at what I got from talking to Keanu, who said, well, we need a bit of a confidence booster coming into this G-Loot tournament. We're playing a bit different. All that waffling just to now finally look at the scoreboards. We'll hop instantly over and we'll have a massive surprise on who won this tournament once the leaderboard pops on up. And I'm sure Saga can walk us through it whenever that's the case.
Yes, once we've got this leaderboard on the screen, I can tell you already, it's Na'Vi. Na'Vi is at the top end with even just the fact they picked up 3 points in the final game didn't end up mattering because Northern Lights and Entropic barely shifted either. It was a rough one for all of our top 3, but Na'Vi walking away with the big dub. But as soon as all those 3 teams fell, it was a massive question mark, no pun intended, on who was going to walk away with the 4th and 5th place spot. And we said Digital Athletics could do it. They started today in 12th, 13th, somewhere around that position. We said it would take a couple of big games, one big game to put them in contention. Well, they rounded it out with 2 big games and have actually clinched the 4th place spot. And in doing so, pushed Ghetto Gang into 5th and Ace's Crew just outside of the prize pool placings by a single point, which is very painful. A 3-way tie on 70 points for Solo, Bitfix, and Friends, and 11th to 13th, respectively. And a 43-point tie for Toxic Players and Squirtle Gang at the far end. But all in all, big congratulations to everyone who finished in the top 5, and it's a little painful for Ace's Crew just to be 1 point away.
A little painful, but considering they made a roster move from the qualifiers to the finals, and they made another roster move from day 2 to day 3 in the finals, and they also got Purdy Curdy playing ESL on the same day in another time zone. I think they're gonna be okay with how this went. I think they're gonna have had fun. They're not really competing with a lot of these rosters because they are a mix. So for them ending up in 6th tier is I think still a good performance. Obviously always going to sting a little bit and when you land so close. But DA with a massive last game actually managed to make the push into 4th. That's going to be a good chunk of money for them. And the Ghetto Gang just barely can't hold on. It was really so close for them to even just make that breach onto the warehouse. If they make that work, Suddenly they're in contention to not only beat out DA, but maybe even beat out Entropic, but it wasn't really meant to be. Our champions, though, are gonna be Na'Vi. It's massive for them. It's fantastic to see the roster with Uber working out. It's their first big success in the tournament and in a lobby that was certainly extremely competitive. So it's fantastic to see them take away the win, to see them take away the 10,000 AED. Remember, that's about 2,700 euros. So that's no joke at all here in the Ground Zero tournament. And I have a feeling that we'll either see Spyro or we'll see a Na'Vi player when we come to the MVP vote as well.
I have a feeling we might see both because we've got the MVP and the most kills rewards to hand out as well. So we will have a quick glance at who has walked away with the MVP of the event and who's got the most kills. Because, again, it doesn't have to be the same player. Of course, getting the most kills puts you pretty much in a pole position to walk away as MVP overall. But there is more to it than just that. And I think we've sort of seen that, of course, with Northern Lights' Spyro leading the way all the way through in the kills. See whether or not he was able to hold on to that by the very end as well. But it's Na'Vi who walk away with the champions of the Playtonia Ground Zero Grand Finals as well.
Maybe a good point to also thank our sponsors. We are powered by Mates GG after all, and Trinity Gaming, who actually make this possible. And I think it's very easy to just get away and stop thinking about why this tournament is a thing and how it happened. We've had 3 qualifiers running all the way. We've had closed qualifiers. We've had multiple stages of this tournament. And obviously, you need some money behind that to run it. So shout out to that. We'll have a look now at who takes a little bit of money, to stay on subject, away as the MVP. And I'm always not quite sure. And it's going to be Uba as well. He clutches it out in the last game. I'm pretty sure that was Spyro for a very long time. But now it's Uba, and who better to take it away? He's come back, and he's now finally showing the form that you love to see out of him. Someone in Twitch chat earlier said, man, this man's nasty. And I cannot disagree by any stretch. 27 kills on 28 knocks as well is quite a lot of efficiency to be walking away with.
He was definitely a Na'Vi player, was always on the lips for who this could have been. Alia as well was an honorable mention. The only player in the lobby to breach 5,000 damage across the 15 games played. But Uba, with those additional knocks, the additional kills as well, coming in and stealing it away. Just with those peak performances that we expect to see from the man. He's an absolute psychopath on the sticks. So no surprise whatsoever to see him up there. And that's a little bit extra prize money going over to Na'Vi as well. So that's just going to round them out just a little bit higher. So closer to 2,800 euros in total for the gang, if we include the MVP reward over towards it as well, which is absolutely lovely.
All right, we'll actually have a look at, well, who is the kill leader, but we'll have another graphic for that. We have the whole prize pool split coming up for us. And just to give another good idea and another clear look at what's happening here, we have Na'Vi walking away with the biggest chunk. We have Northern Lights in second, obviously a good tournament for them as well, even though they're never happy with a second place. And then we have 2,500 AD going to Entropic, 1,500 to DA, and 1,000 to the Ghetto Gang as well. Even though they fall a bit short in that last game, they still get away with a chunk of cash. And it is Spyro. Does close out most kills and gets himself that reward.
He's really been up there from day dot, and no one's really been able to catch up with him. He actually came very, very close. Lucarux ending on 29 kills, just one behind. But the final game for Entropic not quite going in their way, the way that they would have hoped to, but very, very close to stealing that away at the last minute, but not quite to be. DA, though, stealing away 4th place from the Ghetto Gang at the very last minute and shoving them down into 5th place, but still going to walk away with just over 250 euros to their name as well as for the 5th place finish. But of course, Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Tropic, our top 3, have been there. The contention was close the whole way through. It could have changed around in the final Miramar, but not to be. Na'Vi held on to their lead that they built up in the final game of Erangel and walk away as their champions.
They walk away as the champions. They walk away victorious. Ironic with their name. You love to see it work out. You love to see it, especially in times where the Na'Vi team in other esports is also doing pretty well. But it's been a fantastic tournament saga. I've been super excited to get into this last day. I'm excited to close it out as well. It's been fun. It's been fantastic PUBG. I said it before. We have 8 invited teams who all participate at the highest possible level in Europe. And we have 8 qualifier teams who showed those invited teams that they can fight for top 5. It's really just 2 out of our qualifier teams who are in 4th and 5th. And a lot more of them were right close by in those ranks right behind them. So really showing the big teams what's up, really showing them that there is competition in Europe. And it's been fantastic to cast. And all I can really say is thank you for the production crew. Thank you for the observers. Thank you, Saga, for being here with me. And thank you for the sponsors, of course, in MaidesGG and Trinity Game.
Yeah, I think we just have to give ourselves a little pat on the back for Europe as a region for saying that 4th to 7th was all teams. In fact, 4th to 8th, all like impressive. So close between all of them. But the Ghetto Gang certainly the standout of those who came up through the open qualifiers, alongside Ace's crew, just barely missing out on the prize pool placing. But once again, those invited teams, there's a reason they're invited. There's a reason they're at the top of the game in Europe. They are very, very difficult to take down, but we've certainly shown there's a couple of contenders out there who might be able to do it. And if you want your chance to do it, play more scrims. You know what I'm saying? They get a little bit better. Play more scrims. Like Koa says, it's no good doing it once a month. If you're playing them consistently, playing as a team, get your synergy up. Maybe you could next time, for the next Ground Zero tournament, be on the final stage, taking the fight to the best of the best.
100%. MaidesGG is the Scrim Discord, if you were wondering. So that's the place to start. That's the place to get yourself casted by the fantastic folks who cover those scrims over there every now and then as well. If you've had your taste of esports and you want to be on the other side of it, that's where you want to be starting. We're not starting anything anymore. We are ending it here. Thanks everyone so much for watching. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. Hope you guys have a fantastic Sunday. And there's going to be a whole lot of PUBG esports in the next week. So I hope I'll see you guys very soon. Have a good day.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. Fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love.